Hello, hello. Oh, hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Microphone check 1 2 1 2.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. And declare open the 21st session of the public hearings of the Commission. And Imam, you have the floor if you can offer some prayers.
Thank you, Chair. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين ربنا أتمم لنا نورنا وكفر عنا سيئاتنا وتوفنا مع الأبرار ربنا آتنا ما وعدتنا على رسلك ولا تخزنا يوم القيامة إنك لا تفلح الميعاد ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين آمين
Ameen. Shukran, Imam Jallo. Bishop, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Lord God of all power and might, the God of all mercies, we continue to bring ourselves unreservedly under your direction, your protection, your providence, your security, and your defense. We continue to submit this new session of the TRRC into your hands and the remaining sessions of the TRRC. We commit all the witnesses that will come before this commission. And we do ask that by your mercy and your grace, that you shall grant them the boldness to be able to stand and speak the truth, and grant the commission the discerning spirit to discern between truth and falsehood. Grant the population and the diaspora equally the patience to allow the due process to take its proper course. And at the end of it all, that you, being the just judge, will reward each and everyone adequately. In Jesus' name we pray, praise, and thanksgiving. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much indeed, Bishop Odeko. Council, I believe although we are continuing into a new session, that we do have some residuals from the institutional hearings. If you can just clarify that point, what the next 2 or 3 meetings would be, and when we get into the new theme as well. The floor, Council.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, and members of the audience. Yes, Mr. Chair, as you said, we're still proceeding with the institutional hearing on the NIA. We have finished with the NIA proper. We're now going to deal with an outfit called the Bulldozers, which was also an investigative arm of the state. We would soon learn how it was composed of and how it was established and who are the members and what their mandate was. But they also had arrest and investigative powers, which often culminated into prosecutions. So serious rights violations occurred at the Bulldozers. I want to believe that the Bulldozers became the successor to the Holgam investigations team. I'm not so sure about that yet. Perhaps the witness testimonies would provide better information on that. But hopefully we should finish this tomorrow. It's just one other tangent of the NIA, just like Holgam was. So we would look into it so that we would have a more holistic investigation of the NIA. And hopefully we should finish this exercise by tomorrow. And then we would move on to a new theme. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you're ready with this morning's witness, you may proceed, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I ask that the 2 witnesses be brought in? Mr. Chair, this hearing, we would have 2 witnesses instead of 1, because the 2 witnesses, went through the same thing at the same time. They were arrested and processed together. So to abridge the hearings, it makes sense to hear them both together. Thank you.
Yeah, very good. You're having them ride on a bulldozer and get into a hole here?
Well, we've had a lot of names, Mr. Chair. Indeed. We've heard of black, we've heard of scorpions, we've heard of black scorpions, junglers. Who knows? The list may not be exhausted yet. So this is yet another one, the bulldozers. So
thank you.
We would have interpretation in the Mandinka language? Yes, thank you. Let the other witness also come. Thank you. Mr. Kambi, could you distance them a bit? Yes. Yes. Thank you. And swear them one after the other, please.
I, Ibrahim Aketa,
I, Ibrahim Aketa,
do swear that
do swear that
I'll speak the truth,
I'll speak the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to do that in Mandinka? Okay.
Nte Musa Fofana.
I, Musa Fofana,
Nte Musa Fofana. Nte Musa Fofana.
do swear that
Benkali lako. Benkali lako.
I'll speak the truth,
Mbe tonya le fola. Mbe tonya le
the
fola.
whole truth,
Tonya damma. Tonya damma.
and nothing but the truth.
Nte fem fola me manke tonyati. Nte fem fola me manke tonyati.
So help me God.
Woto alama ala endema. Alama ala endema.
Good morning, witnesses. Welcome to the TRRC.
Sedol alsama bal bismillah TRRC nyati ngola.
May I ask that you distance each other a little bit, because, yes. Ibrahim, could you also push further to the edge? Thank you very much. All right. Witnesses, both of you are going to testify, and we would allow for interpretation in the Mandinka language. And you would listen to me in English and then allow for interpretation in the Mandinka language before you respond.
Albela moy ate ala tella ate council nying ningo bota ala janning albe jabiro kala sila moy kanna soro la folo janning albe jabiro kala.
You are testifying together, so I would direct my questions to either of you individually or to both of you collectively.
Albe se dendro di kan ngokanne bari nyinin karo nyimbe nyinin karo kala nde momo ninyata wato sila meme nyinin kala mba chodi la nyinin karo nyin kate tele ya bari ninyata nyinan karo dol fanan nara kafu nyoka ngal si ya sa tombo ndale jabiroke.
So I would direct my questions to A or B.
Ora nyinin karo nimba chodi la mba chodi la nin kilim warandum fula.
Like, for instance, I would say, Musa, this is a question for you, or I would say, Ibrahim, this is a question for you.
Misal fe nsafo Musa nyinin karo mu puri teleti fulanjang Ibrahim nyinin karo mu puri teleti.
I think Ibrahim wanted to say something. Go ahead. Ibrahim, both of you can speak in Mandinka if you so wish. The important thing is for you to speak in a language in which you are very comfortable. Now that you have taken the oath, I just want to remind you that it's an offense under the laws of this country to lie on the oath. Gambia banko kanjang tumalamene ibina ila sedan rodila ina na kumasoto balofo omukule me alon ko luati nyala. And it is also an offense to provide false information to the TRRC. And hanin kabi fana ko kilo nyawa fana luati nyala mpuru ko kumasoto balofo TRRC nyati ngora jam. Do you understand? Aliyo faham leba? Yes. Musa, do you understand? Musa ya faham leba? Yes. Musa, you'd have to wait for the interpretation before you respond. Musa, janni be jabiro kala be la moy kan nasoro la folo janni be jabiro kala yamay. Do you understand what I have just said? Ya faham le ba ay mem fa sayin dem ba. Nga faham le. Yes, I understand. Ibrahim adu. Nga faham. Yes, I understand. Thank you very much. Okay, let us start with Ibrahim. Silanga damuta ning Ibrahim la taro. Could you provide us with your personal information, your personal details? Yes. Go ahead, please. My name is Ibrahim Keita.
Banjul 18A New Street.
I was born in Banjul, 18A New Street. New Street.
New Street, 18A.
18A New Street.
But Banjul very early in my life, in Samba, Barimaya, Makati, Omar Sidibe.
I left Banjul at an early age. They took me to my uncle called Omar Sidibe, who lives in Makati.
Tata Ulto Karambuton, Tata Methodist Primary School.
That's where I went to school. I attended the Methodist Primary School.
But Methodist Primary School, Tata Armitage High School.
I left the Methodist Primary School, then I went to Armitage High School.
Adum jam kono ngan mo dol karan million karandi dol bije ngawol suute jang dol bije niwol be karambuto nyola.
There are people here,
Baba Galle Jallo.
There are people here who taught me at school, and there are other people here who were in the same class with me. People like Baba Galle Jallo is one of the guys who taught me.
Mam Deri Toure, me and teach physics la.
I saw Mam Deri Toure this morning who taught me physics at Armitage High School.
Mbota oto brimbe tata Armitage.
So when I left Armitage,
Tata Gambia College, School of Nursing and Midwifery.
I went to Gambia College and I attended the Gambia College School of Midwifery, Nursing and Midwifery.
Ngadoko kenyim banko kang na tarobe Gambia jang ngadoko kijang.
I worked for the government throughout my stay in
Ministry
the country.
of Health.
The Ministry of Health.
Tata Loptan Bato, Mimboko Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital, then RVTH.
I was working at the RVTH, later called Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital.
Tata around the country, Ngadoko Serakunda Health Center.
I went to work at many places, various places in the country. I worked at the Serakunda Health Center.
Then I was practicing as a junior staff nurse.
I was practicing as a junior staff nurse then I left Serakunda Hospital.
Then post Brufut Health Center.
Then I was posted at Brufut Health Center.
Then it was Brufut Dispensary.
Then it was the Brufut Dispensary.
The family Benunje as the head of the nurses there.
I was the head of the nurses at the Brufut Health Center at that time.
I've nearly spent 9 months, then Muruta Koteng at the same place, Gambia College, School of Nursing and Midwifery.
I spent almost 9 months at Brufut, then I went back to Gambia College, School of Nursing and Midwifery.
Tata Koteng and midwifery course for 1 year, briefly.
I did my midwifery course for 1 year, briefly.
Brimbota auto muruta mbatu muruta ntata workforce to koteke muruta at the Ministry of Health.
When I left the college, I went back to the workforce and I worked at the Ministry of Health.
For some time in Atang, Radoko ke kote muruta Serakunda Health Center again. I worked there briefly for a few months.
Then I left the ministry and I went back to the Serakunda Health Center again. I worked there briefly.
Nata yen deploy yen Samba Yerobawol Health Center as the officer in charge.
Then I was later deployed and taken to the Yerobawol Health Center as the officer in charge.
Adoko keje fanam for some time, for at least 1 year, 2 years.
I worked there for almost 2 years.
Ndoto nata koten yen deploy koten to Basse Major Health Center.
Then I was later taken to the Basse Major Health Center,
where I spent one year.
I spent 1 year there.
Because my family background, I lost my father since 1975.
As somebody who lost his father since 1975.
And I was living with my mother, who is a widow, who was a long-time widow.
I lived with my mother, who was a long-time widow.
And after that, then it was, I think, Isaac Njai Sedi, who was the Minister of Health.
It was Isaac Njai Sedi at that time, who was also the Minister of Health.
I approach akai ko lafta ngandimo sambanang ay tarambala.
Then my mother approached her and told her that I want to bring my son so that he can be closer to me.
It was from there that in Ntata Basse Major Health Center, Jalinka 1 year soto yeng post yeng murundinam again RVTH.
I was then at the Basse Major Health Center, but after that I was brought back to Banjul again to the Royal Victoria Teaching Hospital. And
at Royal Victoria Teaching Hospital, rise through the ranks from state nurse, from staff nurse to nursing officer.
Then I rose through the ranks from staff nurse to nursing officer
at the Royal Victoria Teaching Hospital.
At the Royal Victoria Teaching Hospital.
Mbeje, for some time.
I was there for some time.
Then Natana vacancy at SOS Children's Village Bakote.
Then I saw a vacancy at the SOS Children's Village at Bakote.
But before then, sorry, I was Banjul Pharmacy follow.
But before that, I was employed by the Banjul Pharmacy.
Then I was running boat.
Then I was running boat.
Nata ajeko saing batunga government bula nata ta Banjul Pharmacy.
Then I decided to leave the government job and I stayed with the Banjul Pharmacy.
For some time.
I worked there for some time.
Then Natana vacancy at SOS Children's Village, Bakote.
Then that was the time when I saw this vacancy at the SOS Children's Village, Bakote. I applied for the job.
And I was lucky.
I was lucky. And I was employed
at the SOS Children's Village, Bakote.
At the SOS Children's Village at Bakote.
And
during that period,
mbejang natana dulaje atodum from Sukuta nga pharmacy loje.
Then that was the time when I saw a place at Sukuta. Then I decided to erect a pharmacy there.
Mbeje ninjit nintara do kola SOS ninjita ngata na pharmacy moto.
That was the time when, after working at the SOS Children's Village, when I close from work, I go to my pharmacy at Sukuta.
Exactly. So
that's how things were going.
Okay. Bring that na pharmacy load laminto banta manokanje.
The place where I put up this pharmacy just by the roadside.
Single room do ba kono what mo nga landlord nyinyi kanka. I want to combine the two puruka kind of a consultation room to put na pharmacy.
There was another single room attached to the pharmacy. Then I talked to my landlord and asked him if he can allow me to combine these two so that the inner room can be used as a consultation room.
Another name itandil na kwenye ko sorry, unfortunately molebe sabatiri wodulato.
Then he told me that sorry, unfortunately somebody is using that place.
Bring tartaje nkaje kambano do kadung akafinti wo bungo kono.
I was there. Then later on I saw that there was somebody who goes in and out of that room.
Mr. Keita.
Keita.
You This is where you worked when the incident happened in 2016, correct?
do ko la no dinkira la to wato men na nyum ko be boyle kan 2016 sango kono.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you still operate the pharmacy?
Ani kabi o pharmacy on nyingi ba tamandi kanda ba.
Yes, I'm still there. I refuse to leave the place.
Thank you very much for your tenacity. Let's now move on to Mr. Musa.
Silangata Mr. Musa Fofana ya.
Tell us about yourself, your name, full name, and biographical information.
Silang ifam fo moli bang ito di kontongo ani la kibar kotango bi wuludla wulul sanyi jumala.
Assalamu alaikum jamu bembal be kontona.
Greetings to everyone present here.
Chairman lead council
Chairman and his people, lead council and his people, and everybody. Plus the audience, those who are in here and those watching. My name is Musa Fofana. Some call me Bolong, that's a nickname. I was born in Jara Sankuya.
25th May 1967.
In 1967. I was there. I was then enrolled at the Pakalinding Primary School. I went to school late because I went to school at the age of 10 years.
I started primary 1.
I started at primary 1.
Primary 2.
Primary 2.
Exam
when the exams were approaching, I suffered from chest problems.
So when exam okay,
then I was unable to sit to the exam.
Repeat.
Then I repeated the class again.
So on for primary 6, around primary 6, secondary.
Then I went through the classes up to primary 6, then I later went to Pakalinding Secondary School.
In 1984, Form 1 started.
In 1984, that's when I started Form 1 at Form 1.
What's not common entrance?
Because the common entrance, if I can remember, I was short by 5 marks to pass the common entrance.
Muslim high school.
To go to Muslim high school.
So,
by that time, my elder brothers,
army.
Then at that time, they have dispersed. One was at the army.
PWD.
The elder one was working at the Public Works Department.
So, the
other one was staying at my father's younger brother at Makati. That was the person I followed, but he was older than me by 5 years.
Because
my father didn't want me to be far away from him.
Secondary Technical School.
He told me go to Mansakonko so that you can attend the Pakalinding Technical Secondary School.
Mr. Mustafa Cham, headmaster.
Mr. Mustafa Cham was the headmaster by then.
So another
then he said, the students at that time at the school, at my level, my marks were higher than all those at that time.
So I left some Form 2.
Then he wanted to take me to Form 2. I said to him, then allow me to talk to my father.
I
told my father, I said to him, yeah.
Form 2.
I said to him, if I go to Form 2, it's not good for me.
Form 1
I said to him, let me start at Form 1.
So Form 1.
I was at Form 1.
My performance was very good.
My performance was very good.
Ghanaian Mr. Yao.
There was a Ghanaian called Mr. Yao.
My best student.
He said I was his best student.
Throughout the three Form 1s.
Throughout the 3 Form 1 classes.
We have S, K, and J.
You have S, K, and J. I was attending the S class.
So I continued the class prefect.
He made me the class prefect.
So Ntarajambola.
That's where I was.
After the RGB, the school of 3 Form 1.
The school had those 3 Form 1 classes.
Exam okay.
After the examination,
Maths and Science, ndeka first abero.
in Maths and Science, I always take force.
Even the class, ni exam okay, student will be in la fikante la paper follow.
Even after the exams, all the students in the class would like to see my papers.
So now that I out of 2 Form 3.
Then I went up to Form 3.
From 1 to Form 3, first or second quarter.
From 1 to Form 3, I am always either first or second.
Master Lankumali.
Then one day the master called me.
Akonya chance finta PWD.
He told me there is a chance at the Public Works Department.
Form 3.
I was at Form 3 by then.
Akonya mbela flena.
He said to me, this is what I want.
Sometimes they are like.
If you like,
See Tarado Kola, for a national road traffic count.
you can start working national road traffic count.
So they have 1 month or 2 months more do Kola.
I think I spent 1 or 2 months doing that job.
Land Rover can come almost kana Sankuya.
Land Rover picks me from Mansakongo to Sankuya.
So na area amol kafako.
And so in the area, people started saying,
Musa Maji do Karamala follow, I do Kosodo.
Musa is going to school and at the same time he has a job.
So Dola,
That's what I was doing.
not Form 4.
Then I went to Form 4.
Na exam, exam kala.
Before the exams,
Na subjects will be.
all the subjects that I was
The
doing,
class teacher be after. Normal ke woodwork and metal work.
all the class teachers wanted me to do,
The rest of the subjects.
apart from woodwork and metalwork, the rest of the subjects,
Kala people, more kala subject to choose.
all the teachers want me to choose their subjects.
No subject will be.
So I also looked at the subjects, all of them,
Instead of 1 or beta,
instead of doing the 9 subjects,
only 7.
I said, let me take 7 subjects.
Out of that 7 subjects,
Out of the 7 subjects,
now 2 credits, 5 passes.
I think I got 2 credits and 5 passes.
So man contract back.
I was not happy with that.
Because as I say,
As the saying goes,
an examination is not a fair test of one's knowledge.
examination is not a fair test of one's knowledge.
So atambarima be do kola North Bank, SEO, health center, Bilkanu.
My uncle was working at the SL Health Center. By then they were building up there.
But the contractor was Badusamba.
The contractor was Badusamba.
So Nara from Bama, I put comment.
Then I told my mother, so I told my mom to help me and talk to my uncle so that I can go to Berending Secondary School and repeat the class. Then my uncle said, that's not a problem.
Because Kabin Jita School for Pagalin School Secondary,
Because when I left Pakalending Secondary School, I went to stay with my uncle. That time he was staying in Talinding.
From Berending Secondary School,
Before going to Berending Secondary School, it was almost late.
So then
I went to the school and I decided to repeat the class.
Anyway, it was very late.
It was late.
We had the same subject, the same grades, the same passes also.
But I got the same passes again as before.
Now, this time around, was it a fair test of your knowledge?
Still, it's not fair to me.
So,
Then I was there. Then I had a friend, an age mate called Lamin Bori Fofana. He was staying at Bundung. He was working in the hotel industry.
Dolphin, Dolphin Bar.
There was a restaurant around Karaba Avenue called Dolphin Bar.
So another weekend,
He came to spend the weekend with me when I was with my uncle at SL.
boy, train.
He told me, boy, before sitting down here, why don't you come to me so that I can train you?
As a barkeeper,
As a barkeeper.
or any good barkeeper can or waiter, any good waiter can or barkeeper.
Or you can be a waiter, because any good waiter can be a barkeeper, or any barkeeper can be a waiter.
Follow.
He told me he will train me in the compound first. How to carry plates in your hands. How to serve drinks.
And then let's say if family visiting,
so that if families come to the venue with children, how you are going to serve them. He taught me all those things.
So back and back, I
was doing that until one day he told me, but you are very fast, you are a fast learner. He told me then I will explain your affair or your case to my boss.
An Englishman called Roger Mello.
He was an Englishman called Roger Mello.
He was an ex-soldier.
He also was an ex-soldier.
So boy.
Lamin said to me, boy,
on the 4th September.
He told me we will go there on the 1st of September.
1991.
In 1991.
4th September my birthday.
He told me that day, the 1st of September, is his birthday. He told me you are somebody who likes to laugh, you are always smiling. The man also likes those type of people.
So then
Lamin told him that I will bring someone here. Lamin told him he is my friend, he is my relative, someone called Musa Fofana.
Okay.
The man said to him, okay.
Anyway, anytime, na filter national.
The man asked my friend when. Then my friend told the man that, well, anytime I can come with him here at any time, whenever he feels to come, I will come with him.
Imagine 1991.
Imagine in 1991, in those days, the tourist season used to be very busy.
Off-season over busy.
Even during the off-season, things usually are hectic.
What time of
around in those days,
British High Commissioner
the British High Commissioner himself comes to that place. He takes some of us, the staff. If they have functions at the embassy, they take us there to work for them.
Did you get a job? Did you smile
I'm
into the job?
Yes. Okay,
On 1st of September?
So 1st September,
then on the 1st of September, he came.
It was around 4 p.m.
If I can remember, it was around 4 p.m. Lamin was in front of me. He's somebody who understands the white man. And he knew me very well too. He told me, boy, this man coming, that's the man.
So
he was coming. When I saw him, I decided to smile.
I love that.
The man said to me, I love that. He said, Lamin,
I really like your man.
He said to Lamin, I really like your man. Lamin told him, this is the man I brought, and if you agree, he will even start working today.
Why not? Because it's not birthday, I'm busy.
The man said to him, why not? Because today is my birthday. The man, how I saw him,
I can smile there.
He's somebody who easily smiles, and I know that if he's somebody, if he stays in this job for long, he will become a very good worker.
So Allah,
then with the grace of Allah, he employed me.
My first salary, it was $433.
It was $433. And in how many buruts?
33 buruts.
33 buruts.
So in the second month,
my second month,
I had a performance and staff will be kind of
after he saw my performance, he decided to bring me to the same level with all the workers there, the staff who were working for him.
At that time, it was 950.
Then that was the time, if I can remember, my salary rose to $950.
Month.
Mr. Musa, you're a very lucky fellow. I remember those of us with A levels, we worked at Cooperative Union on a salary of $233. But anyway, let us move on. So you joined the hotel industry, and did you rise through the ranks?
Yes, I got some promotions. Then I was there, and the man saw that. If Lamin, who happens to be the barkeeper, but if he becomes busy, and if there are other people who were many at the counter, waiters, if there are many at the counter, so I go behind the bar. Then I will go behind the bar. I will do the service. Sometimes if I even want to leave, some will not allow me to go out. That's how I was working there. Because Lamin and Lamin being the barkeeper, he also doubles at the cashier. He trained me to do that job also. Before starting, the money that flows in, I always check the money and put it aside. After doing the sales, when he comes to check the money, I mean dealer, he comes float money, the float money and the changes that are left with me, he will check and put them aside. When he is checking up, he will remove the fraud money first, and he will bring the bill. He will check the cars and compare the bills and the cars received. At the starting, I told him some people used to give us tips. So because of the nature of the job, we were always in a hurry. We don't remove the tips from the amount paid. We leave the tips there. So So at that time, he one day told me, this is not safe. Because if you leave the tip inside the money, they will think that you are doing something else different in the job.
Mr. Fofana, the work of a cashier or a barkeeper in the hotel industry is quite interesting and complicated. So we spare us the details of such a very interesting job, and then we would move on to what happened to you in 2016. But before that, what work do you do presently?
Si jani bo be tonya la lafta kamen be sa ta hotel doku ka ko di maraladi anen ka baki pati kule me alan ko anyabo warra doku kende balam but hanin kabi ngata janni be mela wodo ngawado janni wodo ngata kula mela no wala late kan 2016 san kono an hanin kabi janni wo fana sainte be jamano men kono ikamum doku leke.
Still hotel doku la.
I'm still doing hotel work,
but since last year March 23rd.
But since last year, March 23rd,
hotel news on the Sun Beach Hotel.
Hotel was closed, a hotel called Sun Beach Hotel.
Because
during the season, that's where I work.
Off season, I come to Ocean Bay.
Off season, I go to Ocean Bay.
Ocean Bay, Katra banquet, one of my co-workers, Lamin Jamme.
At the during the season, I work there with a friend called Lamin Jamme.
Ocean Beach season off season, Galkan Samba Ocean Bay banquet.
I work at my place during the season, but off season I go to Sun Beach Hotel.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ocean Bay, sorry.
So both of you were in Sukuta in May of 2016, correct?
I may be in Sukuta, make a 2016 kan sangon. Musa?
Yes.
Ibrahim?
Ibrahim.
So you have to allow one another first, so that the speeches would not overlap. And this incident that you had, Musa, with the bulldozers, what day was it? Was it the 10th of May or was it 11th of May? Bearing in mind 11th May is Bob Marley Day.
Musa ñing kula mellate kan me karotil taw rando mi tan ning kilimo mellate kan inin buldo sa molu mun kullate kan bari sey fanal lonko 11 me lun le me yalon ko jamaka jura ko bob mali la lungolam
on the 10th May, the report of data.
The report was given on the 10th of May.
On the 11th May.
But these people came there on the 11th of May.
2016.
2016.
Okay, Ibrahima, kindly tell us what happened on 10th of May.
Ibrahima afanya bang mun keta me karotil tang.
Do you agree that this incident, the conversations that you had, took place on 10th of May? And Gayol Nata, as he put it, on the 11th of May.
Son da nyinal wa ini ngolla yi se nyolo nya kata karo tiltang andu nyumol ko ka fanya men gayal nyumol inata kam ini se nyolo soto karo tiltang anin kilingol laba.
So tell us what happened on the 10th of May.
Silang afanya mun keta karo tiltang la. Ibrahim.
Okay, karo tiltang min keta no.
What happened on the 10th of May? I was at the pharmacy. I was there with Musa because Musa happens to be a very good friend of mine. Because he's somebody, since I came to stay at that pharmacy, is somebody, if I go out and enter the compound, if I reach his house, I greet him. Then I realized that he's somebody who rarely goes out. If you don't find him in his house, you will find him under his veranda reading. That's the time when I started, I questioned him, what is your name? He said, my name is Musa Fofana.
So you guys developed a relationship.
This is how we became acquainted. Then I told him, before you will always be sitting by yourself here alone, why can't you join me so that we will be sitting together so that we can also chat? Because I realized that he's a gentleman. When I asked him his age, I asked him, how old are you? He told me that he was born in 1967.
This is strange. I was born in 1967.
I told him this is strange, a coincidence. I was also born in 1967.
Relationship developed.
This is how we developed the relationship. Because he is somebody who wouldn't have been involved in this problem which we both encountered. But he encountered this problem because of his relationship with me. Because he comes to sit by me and we always sit together and chat. Then I realized that he is a responsible person. He has his family. He is there, he was there with his family. Then I later realized that he works for the hotel.
His driver, on that fateful 10th day of May, 2016, did you see Musa?
Olungola Ibrahima. Karo me karo til tangola 2016 sangola. Olungo inya bweda Musa kaneba.
Yes, we were together.
Was there anybody else with you apart from Musa?
Ninga bota ita ni Musa fang kunningola. Fodo ko tensoro ndawe yalan ko abal feje ba.
Yes, initially we were the two people there. Till later on, there was an old man called Pala Sanajallo who was passing by. So he was somebody who usually passes by there And that's how we became acquainted with him, myself and Musa and him. We all became acquainted.
Musa, tell us what time you went to the pharmacy that day?
Musa, silang afanyam bang wolumani. Montoro wati jumala vitara pharmacy montaka CJ kata kachala.
On the 10th, yeah?
Yes.
It was around 5 p.m. towards 5:30.
I think it was 5 p.m. towards Namira Talalulem Kata Talalulin Talakam.
Mostly what time more than Kataji.
Mostly I go there around that time.
So,
Especially my off days.
Especially my off days.
on this particular occasion, who did you find at the pharmacy?
Sanyi lumani neto Musa, jumala tara pharmacy ngonyinto.
I found Ibrahim Keta there. But someone was in the room. The informer who was Bulldozer's informer.
Ex-army military intelligence.
He is an ex-army. He was an ex-army and also a former military intelligence officer.
What's his name?
Ibrahim John.
They call him Ibrahim John.
Ibrahim Keita. Is this the room you were talking about? That it was next or the next room to your pharmacy, the room you wanted to add to your pharmacy as a consultation room?
Oh, nyina bungo tibang ika bungo menna kumofo ko ilafto bungo nyinela no foita ta kordati ne dia mutaye puru isaje ay sa din wala yake bunti me yalon ko be muna fanglala puru la kusa mul me yalon ko kana jaralo kanibulu puru ni be nyojela dawo fo le bungo tibang
Atele fam.
That's the very room.
And that is the room.
This man he is talking about, the man who was staying in that room, during my stay there, I just saw him coming in and out.
Sometimes it's a military uniform
Sometimes I'll see him wearing a military short trouser
and a military t-shirt
plus a military t-shirt. But I didn't know him at that time. Then one day I asked him, who are you?
And
Then he told me that his name is Ibrahim John. Then I asked him, what is your occupation? He told me I was working with the army.
Akonye bari saing mbe mantara mbuka uniform dum mbe do ko wala army bari mbuka uniform dum.
He told me now I'm still working with the army but I don't wear uniform.
At this stage, did you know that he was working for the intelligence service?
Fo nyin tembenna fo anarne la londo do la bang ka kalamuta ko nyi Ibrahima John abe do ko la kullo poli dinkari mom do kula la karola abe do ko la wala
wato kono non nataroje nate bawon katu korosiro la wato wati.
Yes, during our stay there, I am somebody who likes to observe things properly.
Tikaje animasimma kanana.
I usually see him, he comes with a rider.
Masimma koyolom.
It was a white motorbike.
Adum fanan lundon kala ku ankani modol je kadunna ngala bokono.
Sometimes I see him come with some people and they will go into his room.
Woldol kake molleti nyim paramilitary don dol bije uniform odun kana kadunga fe bokono.
Some of them happen to be these paramilitary officers. Some of them will even be in uniform. They will come with him and go into his house.
Did you know he was an intelligence officer for the intelligence service or the secret service?
yalo ne bang anar ne londo do bang ko abe mola me yalon ko abe do ko lan na tanko bunda melu marlim londi kullo dinkare mo maranyala imbangu kamba
watu molo nara la ko kisi.
That was the time when I decided to investigate about him. I started to find out things about him.
At what moment was staying in Kanifing South, na family compound beolto.
Because at that time I was staying at Kanifing South. That's where my family compound was located.
So lundol bije nimbinala.
Sometimes when I am coming, we will meet when he is riding that white motorbike. I will see him passing.
Especially Kanifing South or University Bunja Obedal, Nekabonam Kanifing South, ni kabonang Banjul Brewery si kanana.
Sometime I'll see him passing by it. Around Kanifing South, if you are coming from Banjul, where that building was around Banjul Breweries, near the university.
The online
university.
The online university, usually I see him passing by there.
So lundo bije ntofan abele motorcycle bita kan so fanan bulata mba no maten ka jube abita kata dame.
So one day he was riding, then I was behind him. I also decided to observe so that I will know where he was going to.
Nata ja kadum bulldozer ka foot plaso dole bulldozer baunte go ntem Kanifing South na family compound bije le nga bulldozer ni dulalo ne ngalon ko pembu George la suolom no.
Because that day when I followed him, I saw him going into that compound where they call bulldozer. In Kanifing South, I knew my way around, and I knew that that compound belongs to Penku George.
Musa.
Musa.
At this stage,
10 May.
on 10 May, did you know what work Ibrahim John was doing?
Yala ne bang ni Ibrahim John akamum do kule ke ba.
At that time, I didn't know what job he does.
But at this stage, did you know what bulldozer was?
Yes, at that time I knew what the bulldozer was doing.
And what did you understand bulldozer to mean and what work they were doing?
I understood that
different security forces put together.
Yajame decided to put together different security forces. He decided to give them a place called Holgam Bulldozer.
So Katara Sate Kono, especially politicians.
They will be going around people's residences, but usually they used to observe, usually on politicians. But this man, I work at the hotel, so I knew people. I met criminals. I met so many different types of people.
Because there
was one year when I was at the Dolphin. I was serving one man. Even on my off days, they will call me and tell me that your man is here. But usually what I tell them is, tell Mr. So-and-so to serve him. Because the man, if you serve him, he will not give you anything.
So but
his last day, luckily for me, it was not my off day. I served him. When he requested for his bill, I gave it to him.
So I
He thanked me for my service.
It was $500.
He gave me a tip. If I can remember properly, it was $500. Then he asked me, do you know me? I said to him, no, I don't know you. I came to know you here. He said, he is a killer. He said he's a killer. An American, he said killing is his job.
Thank you very much for your service.
He told me today is the last night for me here. Thank you very much for your service.
Because
he told me you should further your education because you meet so many different people in this kind of job. He told me continue with the type of good job you are doing. This is why Ibrahim John, when as he was living in that compound, mostly I don't see him going to work.
But sometimes
I'll see him wearing a suit.
Less than 3, 4, 5 hours.
He will go away, but less than 2, 3, 4, or sometimes 5 hours, he will come back. And whenever we meet, he used to call me uncle. I look at his face. If I look in his eyes, he will bend his head. I said to myself, I don't trust this man. If you look in somebody's eyes always and he bends his head, then if that kind of person, I don't trust them. I don't know his job, but I don't trust him.
I hope you're not suspecting me too, but but Ibrahima,
Ibrahim.
you saw this guy go into Holgam. What came to your mind?
About Naja ka adunta Holigam.
When I saw him enter that place, Holgam, just as Musa said,
because Holigam Otumontel la swollen because
as I have told you, Holgam used to belong to Pengu George, and during our childhood days we go to play there around that place.
After Natana Abdullah Fonkoti near factory.
Then later on a fish factory was built there.
Then
after that, after the place was changed, I later realized that I used to see soldiers standing at the gate of the place. When I saw him going into that compound, then that's how I made the connection in my mind. I said to myself then, maybe this man is working with these people.
At this stage, did you know what kind of work the soldiers were doing in that premises?
Kabula watola funar na sabari sondo mo kono banka lonko ni sojaro le kamunde doku ke ni sansan kono ja
wotumo dak naddumo je wato kabin sojarol bijama mbukadunno bawo sojarol le babundato.
In those days I don't go inside there because it's guarded by soldiers who always keep guard at the gate, so this is why I don't have the chance to go inside.
Ninga nyinin karo ke ka fonyele ko sojarol le bijam aning service mol le bijam dal.
But whenever I ask about the place, they will always tell me, well, this place is used by soldiers plus other security branches. People from those security branches join soldiers here.
So Musa, tell us, that evening you went to the pharmacy at between 5 and 5:30, and what happened?
Siang Musa afanya bang wolungo nyingina na da pharmacy nyinto membida montoro wati lulu kata fo montoro wati tasaboka
wati lulu nin talaka
on the 10th level.
Yes.
On the 10th, I reported to Oluola.
Tell us what happened when you went there. We want to know what happened.
Okay. When I went to the pharmacy,
was always
because whenever we are together there, we used to brew China green tea attire. When we started brewing, those who knew me know me as somebody who really likes to drink attire. If I reach that place, if today I brew China green tea, the following day will be his turn to brew the China green tea.
So
that's what we are doing.
Alassana Jallo.
Somebody called Alassana Jallo.
Because
he happened to be our elder and he likes me.
Always, most of the time,
sometimes when he used to go to the mosque to pray, but sometimes if he feels that he is about to get late reaching the mosque,
I told him, I join in camp.
If he sees us performing ablution, he will come and join us.
We
will tell him, lead us in prayers. He will lead us in prayers. He told me, you people, I like you people. Young people like you people. Even if I am on board a vehicle passing, and if it happens to be prayer time, I used to see you people praying. Sometimes before I reach Sukuta, the garage mosque, this is why if I realize that I will be late to reach that mosque, I always drop here to pray with you people. And he told me one day, Fufana, I used to drink China green tea, but me, I only drink first and second. He also told me that he doesn't like too much sugar.
Diabetes sugar,
Then I told him, well, we also use diabetes sugar because myself and my friend, we are all suffering from diabetes. That's how we were there.
That very day,
The old man, he said he was from Kanifing.
I'm a UDP Mola, I will take a Bulani Morocco de Sambakang. I'm for demonstration for a cabang.
So, because I don't know whether he saw the UDP people being loaded on board a vehicle. Mike.
Sorry, thank you very much. Ibrahim, on this date, something important happened. Do you recall what it was? This was the day of the Solo Sandeng demonstration.
Yeah, you know, keta wati min keta olungo kukuma bare keta.
Exactly, it was the very day, and on that day something very important happened. Just as you just said.
Ate keba kilingo kafu mi pala sana.
The same old man called Pa Alasana.
Because yalon tolu buka finti.
Because as for us, we don't go anywhere. We don't go to anywhere. When we come to the pharmacy and sit down there, the only time we leave that place is when I was about to go home.
Around that time, 5 to 5:30 mafan.
So Pa Alasana arrived there at our place around 5 to 5:30. Just as Musa said.
Let's talk about what happened that day.
So after that,
when he reached us, he told us, you people, do you know what's happening? When he told us that, do you know what's happening? I said to him, no, we don't know what's happening. He said to us, well, I'm leaving, I've just left around Westfield. He said to me, there are people demonstrating around Westfield. And what I hear people saying is that they have killed Solo Sandeng. But as for me, I think that's not true. He is not dead. People just said that.
How did you react to that information?
Yes, I was really puzzled. I don't know what to mean. What does it mean?
Arrest, detain, and arrest Siata Banco come back.
That was the time when I said to Musa, nowadays arrest and detain is too much in our country.
As individuals.
So we went on chatting as individuals.
And Musa, tell us how you reacted to that.
Musa, silang itafana ya fonye biriyo kibaro nyim moi. Iketa nyadile.
When I had that, I said to him, old man, he said yes. I told him, well, this should be a simple matter. I said to him, something like this once happened in Mali. People demonstrated. Soldiers killed people. They killed people. But at the end, then this is what happened until finally they decided to topple the government of Modibo Keita. So, then I said to him, we also should do the same thing here. I said to him, they are killing people, but they cannot kill everyone. Those who are destined to die will die. If everybody comes out, they cannot kill everyone. On the whole, he was sitting down inside. I said Yaya himself will be afraid and he will step down.
Ibrahim, how did you react to this statement you heard from Musa?
When
Musa said that, Then I also said to him, there is one thing. I said to him, Yaya Jammeh's rule, I'm not happy with it.
Another example in Senegal.
I gave him an example saying that in Senegal,
in fact, Macky Sall admire.
And I said to him, me, I admire Macky Sall. Because the way how he does things, well, it really impressed me. Then I went on to say that our president is not educated. This is why he's arresting and killing people.
Be careful what you say.
I'm careful.
Yes, I'm careful.
And how about the old man? Did he say anything? Ibrahim, did the old man say anything? Alasan?
Alasan, 5 for bank. What he said after I asked him, after he narrated his story, I said to him, do you really know whether Solo Sandeng is dead? I think maybe really it's true that he is dead. He told me, well, that's what people are just talking. They are just talking. They are just making people to become to fear.
So
that's what we were discussing. On the whole, this man staying in that single house, so I suspected that he wrote something. So the following day, we were just sitting down there when they arrived in the evening. We were just sitting down, myself and Musa. We saw a double cabin pickup, a white one, loaded with paramilitary officers. With nets. Some of them were wearing masks over their faces. Some of them were holding
guns, rifle guns.
Some of them were holding rifles.
So
some of them were holding sticks.
How did you react when you saw them?
Definitely in Silatale.
When we saw them, definitely we became afraid.
Musa.
They were coming towards us.
And Musa, how did you? Okay, let's take it back a little bit. The previous night, the previous evening, did you suspect that the conversation you were having would cause any problems?
Fo ni na tare sondo mo kono ko ale ko chaw menke fo bina ko le ko sabulal malaba
Musa
Abu Musa
no kacha dal
kacha folo ni lum folo
Allah kacha ni mi dale ko
at that stage suspect or have any reason to believe that that conversation you were having would lead to any problems?
Ndeka so ibaga suspectale.
Yes, I am somebody who is highly suspicious. So from then on I suspected.
Because Ibrahim
John,
most of the time,
when we are brewing China green tea, most of the time in the evenings, he will go into his house and lock himself up. But as you know, all the elderly people, when they are talking about politics, they don't hide anything. If an elderly man is talking, you cannot just stop him. But I tried to signal him, but he didn't understand me.
But you did not heed to that. You advocated the civil disobedience against the government to culminate into a a Gambian spring that would lead to Yaya Jammeh's downfall. You advocated for that, knowing fully well that this guy was in the adjoining room.
Kula me alonko alma mabo al kita kula me alonko al be wulta kamala le pareta kamaka ko kidimandi pour Yaya Jammeh ka je nyalonko pour abe jino la si mansa siram ka nyame.
Is that what I said?
Amunda kula nyinti me alonko alimang nyimira ko nyinkumobe kusabula katu albena tanganiyo me yitande wala nyinti kusike mensa kende hanfo Yaya Jammeh ala mansa ya siboy wala IG mansa yala andung ali hakilo nyanta jala utumo ko nying fondin ke bala bu ko wole
ngaka sa jelo bari amaka ko ngamra 100% ka beje bo ma yedu naje.
Well, that could be true, but I didn't see him. I was not 100% sure that he was in the room.
When you were speaking to Musa, to Ibrahim and Pa Alassane that evening, you were speaking freely, weren't you? No?
Bibe diamu la Musa ni Pa Alassane wula rande wonyin. Ebe diamu ko if on need yala kan fon.
If an sawo.
Han sawo kan?
Yes.
And
Because otamo,
Because at that time,
the
way I saw how politics was going on in the country, things happen, especially if you are a member of the UDP, they will come and do something that will anger you or that will push you into something which will create a problem for you.
Were you afraid to speak at that stage?
I didn't mention.
No, I was not afraid.
Because the
conversation was started by the old man, and I have high respect for him, so I cannot just cut him off.
Ibrahima, did you at this stage have any suspicions that this conversation you were having could lead into problems?
Ibrahima ite dum fanam fo so be so to nyinko nyindo ko e be nkacha ben so dam ten fo abina ko le ko sabule mala o sab nyaaro do mandimba.
Because what dal nene ma miran.
At that time I never thought about that.
Katu minketa num fam
because what happened
abin paying diamo kumase
when the old man started this conversation,
among koy manum fo kending be ala bon ko no fatije.
I was not really sure whether this man was in his room or not.
To bring yala woso molum fonko paramilitary nata.
Because the paramilitary officers came the following day.
So
the following day in the evening when they came and found me sitting with Musa.
So during your conversation on the evening of the 10th of May, you were just speaking freely, not thinking that any problem would arise from your conversation.
Munta karotil tango nyino wato men albo kacha nyinkono. Albo kacha diamu kang alfa sawolan. Andungal man miran ko osamo kubina so le miano kabina ko le ko sabula makabo kacha dale men ko ale men fo osamo lan.
Yes, truly, I didn't even think that something like that will happen. I didn't think of any problem. This is why the following day, when these paramilitary people arrived there, when they were just approaching, I said to Musa, these people are paramilitary officers.
11th of May.
Then I said, what is today? Today is 11th of May. Because first of all, I thought that they are out to go after the boys who usually come out on that day to go and smoke outside.
Smoke what?
Cannabis.
Cannabis. That's the time when I said to Musa,
anyway,
I said to Musa, well, they are coming, but it looks like that these are the type of officers who used to go after these young boys. On the whole, we didn't know. When they came until they almost reached us, They reduced their speed. They came like that slowly until they were exactly opposite us. That was the time when they all jumped down from the vehicle. They came and greeted us. Then they asked, who is Ibrahima? Because at that time they didn't know my show name. Because the man inside that room, we were not highly acquainted. So one day even I asked him, what type of job are you doing? Because I was becoming suspicious of his what he used to do. That was the time when they told me, climb on board this vehicle.
Okay. At this stage, how did you feel when you were being asked to jump on the vehicle?
It really puzzled me. Because it surprised me. Because where I was on board that vehicle, I just showed them, I gestured to them, changed with my hands, asking them, what have I done? Especially there was a man among the paramilitary. He lived near me. In fact, he is a neighbor where I was living at Salaji. Directly opposite me. He was sitting directly opposite me on board the vehicle. I just gestured my hands to him and asked him what have I done. Then he decided to look away from me. In uniform. Because he was in uniform at that time. He turned his face away from me. He refused to look at me. That's the time when I realized that, well, something bad has happened.
Okay, let's, Musa, when they arrived, how did you feel?
Then I said to Keta, well, these people are the guys.
Boys on May 11th.
I said to him, boys, on May 11th. Normally these boys smoke cannabis on the street. Maybe they are after those boys. But when they came until they nearly reached us, when they all jumped from the vehicle, AK-47 some of them were holding AK-47 rifles and some were holding sticks. Most of them were masked and most of them wore masks over their faces. Then they came and asked, who is Ibrahima? They said to him, board this vehicle. They said, Musa Fofana, also you should board this vehicle. There was a Ghanaian around who used to repair these refrigerators. He's an old man. Mike. They call him Mike. They thought that he was Pa Alasan Jallo. They asked him to join the vehicle. So he asked them, what have I done? They said to him, go just board the vehicle. When we reach our destination, you will know what you've done. So but where I was sitting, that was the time when I realized exactly it was Ibrahima John who created this problem. Because the security man sitting next to me, he was talking. Then I recognized his voice. Then I knew that this man next to me is Ibrahima John.
He said, I knew that the man on the other end of the line was Ibrahima John.
Okay, yes. And then that's the time when he said that they should drop Mike. They should allow him to go off the vehicle. So Uncle Musa they said, and he also said, tell Uncle Musa also to alight from the vehicle. Then you can take away Keta. take him away for the time being.
So, I telephone off.
Then that's the time when he rang off the phone.
So, Mike.
They said to Mike, you should alight from the vehicle. They also said Uncle Musa alight from the vehicle. Then we alighted from the vehicle. We sat down on a bench there. That time I had already brewed my second attire, very fine one. I was about to share it, but when this thing happened, I was so angry that I decided to throw away the attire.
So Ibrahima, they decided to go with you, correct? Mr. Chair, we hear more about it after the break. Thank you.
No, you can take a break now and go get your attire. And see what happens. Thank you. We have a 30-minute break and we'll come back at 12:05. Thank you. Meeting's adjourned. Welcome back from the short break. Council, if you're ready to continue, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. The witnesses are being brought in.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Ibrahim and Musa.
Ibrahim and Musa, bismillah.
Before the break, we were talking about how after your conversation on the evening of 10 May 2016, you saw a group of paramilitary officers in a pickup vehicle, and they alighted at the pharmacy in Sukuta on the 11th of May 2016, and you were quickly asked to board the pickup, and eventually Musa and Mike were asked to disembark, and Ibrahim remained in the vehicle with the paramilitary officers.
Janimbi fanyo ni wala ndarata men kacha men ke kan wala minti ko karotil tangola wato men albe pharmacie ngoto kartal tanning kilo albe pharmacie ngoto wato men albe sirinje alnar na muroje me alon ko paral wala be pikopo nyingono inata fo ifrata albe sirin dan do be cipon e jita moto kono ko Ibrahim ale bula moto kono ani Musa ani o Nigeria Ghanaian ke bañing bare ñaar do man den ko ñing wicho ñing kono inata na fo ite Musa inin go Ghanaian no ñingale ji Ibrahim kilen tuta moto ñing kono.
So now Ibrahim,
silang Ibrahim,
what happened after Musa and Mike descended from the vehicle?
Mena na ke bre Musa ni Mike inata na wol jindi moto ñing kono.
Bre Musa and Mike jita yente sambale.
After Musa and Mike disembarked from the vehicle, they took me away.
Did they, at this stage, did they tell you what your crime was, considering that you were gesturing to your neighbor who sat right opposite you, asking him the question, what have I done?
For kabula o watola, for anarna sene malabang, ite yemuneke, for wato men na miano go be mo roñi ngono be siring isinyo do be balaje wo fana be nyini karo mun be wo fana ay muneke.
Ani men ke wala biri yete bulandi Musa ni Mike jita tu men ko ikebulelu ma moye si membe sirin inyati limula ka fay ngamuneke yo fodu o tembo ina ta foyne bang ite yenyin kuni nyin ku kar leke foyne bang
ani
no
ima ko indimma katu mimbe nyati limula o keta molti mi alon ko kap min fo benna korda min to sallaji nga sute ko paramilitary officialem. Well, nka eten ko mi ngamuneke bari mo man danku because imanjube fa so fanan tenkunta.
They didn't tell me anything, and in fact when I was gesturing to the guy sitting opposite me, he happens to be somebody who is my neighbor because we were all living around the same area in Salaji. But after I was gesturing to him, asking, what have I done? In fact, he decided to look away from me, and nobody answered my questions, so I was left like that.
Yes. Where did they take you?
Yes, that's how they took me away. From the place they picked me up in Sukuta.
Nata for Tipa Garas.
We came all the way to Tipa Garas.
Then itatana ani Marakarola. Itatani Marakarola.
They took the left turn.
Ata Manjai Mafang.
Going towards Manjai.
Nata for Manjai Johnson.
When they reached the Manjai Junction,
idunta Buluba Karola.
They decided to take the right bend there.
Katambiani Manjai Police la.
Going through the Manjai Police.
Sai mbe da membe ko male face cam.
Well, where I was sitting on board the vehicle, I was facing backwards inside the vehicle.
Nata na driver doje mi yalon ko mbe do ko da me SOS Children's Village.
Then I saw a driver who happens to be somebody I knew because where I work at the SOS Children's Village.
Oketa Mustafa altinga sutele nkambulo munding mang haji bake bare nkambulo munding wulindi ayete.
His name is Mustafa. So that's the time when I started to raise my hands for him. In fact, I was afraid.
Bawe tol malon ko fonte wolonne bare nkambulo le munding wulindi ay fa enje.
Then I started raising up my hands for him until when he saw me. I was afraid even to raise my hands up properly. But I gestured, raised my hands to him until he saw me.
Bitunga ate furu nyinkam ate faransa lonko nadokud asafo no nadokud lato ko mutale.
I did that so that he can in fact inform the people where I work and tell them that I have been arrested. This is how they took me away.
For Samba for Kanifing.
They took me all the way to Kanifing.
Dlaming for Holigam wala bulldozer.
Where they call Holgam or the bulldozer.
This is the same premises you saw Ibrahim Ajom enter sometime in the past.
Exactly,
it is this very place.
And kindly tell us what happened when you arrived there.
It was in the evening when we went in.
So,
when we were going inside, when we reached the gate, we found some guards sitting around. Some of them were standing with rifles. When I alighted from the vehicle, then they asked me whether I have a mobile phone. I said yes, I have a phone. They asked me to show them. When I took out my mobile and handed it to them, they took my mobile and placed it somewhere. They told me nobody goes in here with a mobile phone. They took me inside. When we went in, the building that Penku George erected is a self-contained, but the main hall is where they use as an office. So when we went in, they told me to sit down in the parlor.
Different police officers or security
When I went in there, I saw different police officers. Some of them were armed with guns.
Different police or security officers?
Police understand prison officers different security officers
They are from different security branches. Some of them were even prison police officers. Some of them were armed with guns.
Do you know the names of those you met there at that stage?
Me dali me long bawo fo wati bola wati keta wato min na wato mo nata long nkumasta ke ikilin lon dal doma.
Initially at that stage I didn't know any one of them, but after some time I started knowing them one by one.
But the
day that I arrived there, the person I found sitting in the parlor there,
NIA officiality. I have to introduce us an NIA officer.
The tall guy I found sitting in the parlor introduced himself as an NIA officer.
So prison officiality.
There was another guy who said he is a prison officer.
But
I don't know their names.
Among those you eventually get to know, who are they?
So in Kabiwo Ketabe, Natana Milino, will look at a community law case Benjamin.
Later on, the people I came to know, as our case was at that time,
bring young entertain Saloto.
After I was made to sit down or entertain in the parlor,
Tata Jefo uraro fo fitiro ma jannin fitiro.
I was there until it was about to be dusk.
One police inspector ayen kumandina.
One police inspector called me.
Ate fanandala office lom.
He has his own office.
Ayen kumandi ntata je.
He called me, I went in there.
Ayna statement olta.
He took my statement.
What's
his name?
Ate wotu mon ala nyina ta tola police inspector lon no.
I really forgot his name, but he was a police inspector.
Man amam abota combo ma fa jannom fo piran combo jam ma fa olonde bari inspector.
He is around this combo area, whether it's Piram or anywhere, I cannot remember exactly, but he's a police inspector. Because after the whole thing, I later saw him at the Serekunda police.
So, sign bring a statement alter.
After he took my statement,
I see the same place.
He told me to go and sit at the same place in the parlor.
So, bring BJ.
I was sitting there.
In the
room that I was facing. They called me inside that room also. When I went in,
police officers
I found some police officers there also.
Different police officers and different security men.
On the whole, they were also from different security branches.
So you're welcome.
They also welcomed me in there.
And then
I asked them their names. I found a short man there called Alpha Bojang.
Immigration officer.
That man is an immigration officer. There was another one called Babukar Singate.
Immigration officer.
He is also an immigration officer. They are the people who came to pick me up.
So pick.
They are the people who took me so that to go and pick up Musa.
And in Babukar Trawale,
there was another guy called Babukar Trawale.
He is a leader within the investigation group.
On the whole, he also is a leader among the investigators.
Immigration official.
They said he also works for the immigration department.
One guy meet Ibrahim Sise.
I met another guy there called Ibrahim Sise.
Ibrahim Sise
Ibrahim Sise happens to be from the CID branch. Another person was there called Mbemba Bojang.
Introduced as a custom officer.
A short guy who introduced himself as a man working from the customs department.
So then
they told me, our leader is here. He has gone out, but very soon he will come back. They told me his name is Amadou Bojang.
Did you get to see him eventually?
Yes, after dusk prayers, he came to me. I was sitting there. He came and went into that office. He didn't even talk to me or greet me. He went in. They called me. When I was called, I found him sitting. He asked me, who are you? I said to him, Ibrahim. He said, oh, so you are those people. I asked him, who, which people? You are the people who came from Sukuta? I said, yes, we are the people from Sukuta. He was wearing Moscow Banyada la Biribatar la Jeba. After that short discussion with him, that was the time he took out the mask from the table somewhere and wore the mask on him.
Was this after you saw his face?
Yes.
So you were able to recognize him and identify him afterwards.
Amunda woto kabri iwre ya sutele isa suteno mol kono.
Hani bi na lota jamba sutela.
Even today, if he stands here, I will recognize him.
Can you give us a description of him?
Ala halo fo mole bam ke nyaadi la.
Atede amanke woke jamba bati.
He is not a very tall man.
Almost ala height silafi futala 2 meter dal.
He might be 2 meters tall.
2 meters tall.
2 meters is very tall.
2 meters, meter full of jump about.
Maybe madasta o 2 meter al demande.
He is a little bit less than 2 meters.
Adu mole mati mifana amao be.
I am, I think, 1.57.
Okay.
So 2 meters would be very high.
So ani jamfote jamfala nyola kanya oni balaola kanya because amanke mo waraman bat.
Aningi masi kanya.
So aning Mr. Fall te jamfala nyola.
Well, Mr. Fall is not a tall man.
Aning fana amanke moti ni alon ko he is dark. Nga sute ngalon bake ni ngaje domba sute la.
Amunda mampata balolem.
Mampata balolo ate Amadou Bojang.
His color is in between. He is not dark, but he is not also a fair colored person properly.
Do you know whereabouts he came from?
Yalla na bora mindora ba.
Bota dame. Na kacha kono je yara fa aka bota nyomile.
Well,
nata alon ko bota nyomile.
After some time in our discussions, I later realized that he is from Nyomi.
Otumolon kabrim beje fa
during my stay there,
nata itandi ala konte fa ye mollo nyomi je milialon ko sojarol lonno.
I came to tell him about some people whom I knew in Nyomi who were soldiers before.
Which part of the government was he working for?
Abedokola mazagunda la bunda jumalo watola.
Ate Amadou Bojang. Ate ngalon ko je ko atelam fonko bulldozer nyin bela kebati because he can click Captain Bojang.
They called him Captain Bojang, and what they told me was that he was the overall head of the bulldozer team at that place.
But which institution was his parent body?
Akamenyini kawolem about security bunda jumalela, immigration, police, army.
Army officer.
He was an army officer.
Okay. All right. So what happened after he put the mask over his head?
After he
wore that mask, he took out a gun and pointed it at me. Then he asked me, do you know me? I said to him, I don't know you. Then he said to me, I am Amadou Bojang. He told me, I am Yaya Jamme's killer.
Because I must go nyala otumo.
That's by that time he had already worn this mask. He pointed his pistol at me. By that time there was a Coca-Cola bottle on the table. He told me, I will kill you. I will kill you and put your blood in here.
In where?
Yellow coming.
Coca-Cola bottle.
He said he will kill him and put his blood inside that Coca-Cola bottle. Then he said to me, then so you are those type of mandinkas. He said to me, in fact, there's one thing which I don't understand.
President Jawara Benunjang.
President Jawara was here.
Aliya Mutafia Alka Aliya Noma.
You followed him, you agreed with him.
Saying Yaya Jammeh is sitting.
Now Yaya Jammeh is sitting.
I'll tell Mandinko la kalte bulala Noma.
So you Mandinkas said that you will not follow him.
Akonyeko bad ninge muta, akonyeko ninge muta.
He said to me, but if I deal with you,
nimbulo la teka.
If I deal with you, if I handle you with my hands, you will regret the day you were born.
And what happened after that?
After that,
saying another statement all day.
And they told me to give my statements.
Saying, okay,
Initially he told me to go and sit down outside.
So,
after that,
itel Babukar Traoré ñol.
The others, Babukar Traoré and others.
Alpha Bojang.
Alpha Bojang.
Fenke Babukar Singate.
And Babukar Singate.
Ibrahima Cissé.
Ibrahima Cissé.
Inatana Kumande.
They called me. Because at that time he had already gone out.
So biring woketa.
After that,
they
asked me. They asked me what has happened.
Mbe kachala nu komin nimpajalo lebe kachala wale nata entaran na dulato.
Then I narrated the whole scene to them and I told them it was Pajallo who came and found us. Then he asked us, do you know what's happening? He said to him, you don't know what's going on.
Akonye ko molebe demonstration ola Westfield.
He said to us there are people demonstrating at Westfield. Because the word going around is that they have already killed Solo Sandeng. Then they said to me, they said to me, but you said something else different from that. Because the way we are sitting here, we got news about you. And when the person who brought this news to us recorded all what you said. I said to them, yes, what I said at that place is what I said here. I said, but if you had really recorded our conversation, play that recording here and so that we can listen to it. That's the time I looked on the table.
Kind of a paper
I saw some papers there which were stapled together. He said to me, then it is not worth for us to play that recording for you. But he told me what we want is for you to come straight and tell us the truth about what you said, because you are the people who wanted to organize a coup in this country. I said to him, we are not that type of people. What I said here is what we were discussing. That's the time. They told me to go and sit down and wait for them. We were waiting
for around 9-10 mafa.
Till around 9 to 10. They told me about Musa. They told me that we are going with you until we are able to locate Musa's residence. I told them I'm with Musa. They said, okay, we will go together with you and go and pick Musa. That's the time when we went to pick up Musa at his home. We picked Musa and returned all the way to Bulldozer with him.
What time did you arrive there?
Bulldozer. Yes. Bulldozer futataje around Katusuto around 10 mafa olon tata Musa noma.
We went to pick Musa around 10 at night.
Saying around after 10 towards 11 then Donni Musa Muruta.
We arrived back at Bulldozer around after 10 towards 11.
And Musa, tell us what happened when you arrived at Bulldozer.
Sila Musa ita fana ya famoli berita te no ga yena ti Bulldozer el frata je munaketa.
When I arrived at Bulldozer,
yes, in the salon.
they told me to sit down in the parlor.
So within 5 minutes,
they went in, but within 5 minutes, they called me. They told me to come and sit down, and I went in and I sat down. Amadou Bojang was there. Babukar Traoré was there.
Ibrahima
Cissé also present.
Alpha
Bojang was present.
And Mbemba Bojang.
Mbemba Bojang, truly speaking, he helped us there.
Because
by the time they reached me, I had already performed ablution so that I can pray the night prayers.
It was some minutes to 12.
It was some minutes to 12.
So
midnight?
Midnight. Midnight, yeah. So, left Salah.
I wanted to pray.
Na last Sunday, I play Tom and Jerry film.
So my son was looking at the Tom and Jerry film. I said, let me just watch this for 5 minutes and later pray. Then that was the time when they knocked on my door.
Come in.
I said, come in. I said, who is that?
Ibrahim Sise
was the first to come in.
But it told them what they made in uniform.
But all of them were not in uniform. He said to me, Fofana, it is us from the bulldozer.
Maybe 10-15 minutes.
He told me, well, we are here to pick you up and take you away, maybe 10 to 15 minutes. We are going to question you and then we will release you to come back. I asked them, where are we going to? They said, no, we are just going to somewhere.
Because
I said to them, well, it's only my children who are here because my wife has gone to Jara. She went to attend their Quranic recitation, which they do in their compound. Well, my adopted child was the person who was a little bit older.
I
told them if they can forgive me till tomorrow. They said no. Then I said to my adopted child, Sajo, he said yes. I told him to call Sute, my wife, and tell her that the bulldozer people are here to pick me up. Whatever happens to me, she should know that it is the will of Allah.
So
this is how I went out. So I put my mobiles under the cushion of the chair. They said to me, do you have mobiles? I said yes. They said, bring it.
So
then I went and picked up my 2 mobile phones. They took them from me. When we went out of the compound, our landlord's wife and his cousin elder brother's wife, I think they are just from their cousin brother's compound and they are coming back home. And then I found them talking outside. Then she asked me, Musa, what has happened? I said to her, these are the bulldozer people. Then the lady addressed one of them and said, well, my brother, this man's wife has traveled, she's not around. What has happened? They said to her, well, nothing has happened. We are just taking him away. We will just question him and release him to come back. So then that's the time I later saw Keta. They told me to embark on the vehicle. Then I boarded the vehicle. We went. When we reached, they told me to sit down in the parlor. I sat down. Later on, they called me in and I went in. Ibrahim Sise said, let me write my statement. I said to him, what statement? He said to me, you know what you did, write it. Himself and Babakar Trawale. I said to them, what have we done? We have a right to talk. What have we done? So, by that time, Amadou himself was there.
Amadou who?
Amadou Bojang.
What was Amadou in that team?
Amadou was their commander at that time.
What was
he was a captain. He was a captain.
Can you give us a description of this Amadou Bojang?
Amadou fo isala tama zero ni fono mole mo ke nyaadi le mo
Amulu be nyadi. Amadou, how I saw him,
maybe I can a bit different domandi.
he might be a little bit taller than me, and he might be a little bit heftier than me.
And out of queer finta cream.
He is somebody who has a very serious face, and he is dark in complexion.
Very wicked.
Even if you look at his face, you will know that he is a very wicked man. He told me, if we are going to kill people, we will start with you. Because what you said, if that happens, then there will be a coup d'etat in this country. You are going to topple Yaya Jammeh's government. He said, we people here, you are older than all of us here, but you are the biggest liar here. You Mandinkas are very bad.
Especially UDP supporters.
Especially you UDP supporters.
Even
the lawyers in this country, half of them are all opposition members. They don't speak the truth, and they don't like Yaya Jammeh's government. He said, if we are going to kill people, we will start with him. Then he went out.
So at this stage, did he cover his face?
No, he didn't cover his face at that time. But when he returned back, that was the time when he wore a mask. At that time, there was a black pipe on the wall. Babukar Traveler took up that pipe. So all these other guys surrounded me. I was in their middle. He was standing over me.
Who was standing over you?
He took that pipe and started beating me.
Who did that?
Okay. Babukar Traveler. If I want to get up, they will push me down.
And who will push you down?
Ibrahim Sise.
Alpha Bojang. Babukar Singate.
And Babukar Singate.
So Babukar Traveler Kaldipa.
Babukar Traveler was the guy beating me.
At this stage, where was Amadou Bojang? I
think he gave the order and went out. He went out.
Do you think or do you know?
Because
I know, because when he went out,
after Babukar Traveler pipe
when Babukar Traveler took up the pipe, these other people came and surrounded me. I was sitting down when this guy was beating me.
Most of about 20 to 25 minutes.
20 to 25 minutes.
One time, sir, but I estimate one that.
It's an estimation. I didn't time it.
So labang ko intimidate from ma kalangalong.
Later on, I suffered from a very serious headache.
At this stage, where was Ibrahim?
Foka bula nyin temben na nyin Ibrahima atele.
Ibrahim Sise.
This Ibrahim Keita.
Ibrahim Keita.
No, tete je. Tolbe sangale salo. Nteda malo kono.
He was not there. I think they were in the parlor. I was the only one with these people inside.
Because if I for cooperate, cooperate,
They told lies because they said I didn't cooperate with them and these others cooperated with them. This is why. I told them, well, whatever is the case, you will kill me, but I will not write anything.
Because
I told them because I didn't do anything.
So
when I felt the pain intensely, I decided to pull the pipe from this guy's hand. I told him, my last younger brother can beat you.
So
when they realized that I am very angry, I pulled the pipe from this man's hand and threw it away on the wall.
So Fofana, sit.
Then Brahma said, Fofana, sit down. Then I decided to sit down. Then he said, now I will write all your statement. I said, what I said. What I say is what you are going to write. But what Ibrahim Jones said is all a lie. He said, I am the UDP intelligence man. I am the person who goes round. Even in the provinces to Nyomi and other areas, I am the person who goes round there. He said he doesn't know whether it was the UDP who was sponsoring me. I am the person who said that when the president is going for the farmer's store, let people come out. Even if they are going to kill everybody, they cannot kill the whole country. So that we can topple the government.
So
that's why their boss, Amadou Bojang, said that if they are going to kill people, I am going to be the first person that they will kill. He said to me, Fofana, do you know Bakausu? Bakausu Fofana. I said to him, he's my grandson because I am his mother's uncle. Because his mother is our elder sister. I asked him, what is it? He said he stayed at our village at Masembe himself and his father, plus his mother. Because of that, I have pity on you.
I heard those people in Masembe, when you beat them, they don't feel it.
I was aware of the beating. He said to me, because at 3 o'clock, Amadou will give orders. As he said, we will take you people to the cemetery. He said he himself will kill you people, or he will give us orders for us to kill you.
So first statement.
So proceed.
Then he wrote his own statement.
Because I
because what he wrote is not my statement. I don't have any interest in it, and I even didn't see it. They said I am a stubborn person. I don't cooperate with them. They said I am older than all of them there, but I am somebody who has no respect, and I am a rude person.
So
He said, so this time I mentioned, when that time comes,
akonye Amadu mina abe ninja parele bajala.
Amadu will come. He will dress himself like a ninja.
Na afonyame.
And what he said,
akonye bajala nyama budunga nyumo be siaring.
you will see him, and the way, and when you see him, you will see him as somebody who is drunk.
So Walter ata statement was said.
At the time he wrote that statement,
Akonye ta.
he said, okay, go.
Kindana salor.
I came to the main parlor to sit down there.
During the beating, did you sustain any injuries?
budero ni wato mene be budera fo ina na
I made a sign. 2016, what man code down little bit finger eating thing.
Yeah, it was in 2016. The beating was very severe. In fact, on my head there were swellings which appeared on my head.
After found a rambara, then the ball of bulldozer.
And in fact, after that, I suffered greatly before we left Bulldozer.
What I want to move it, Tara, very below in Jana.
Well, if somebody is standing at a distance away from me, I can see that there is a person, but I will not be able to recognize this person, whether a male or a female. Because I don't know what the problem was, but I was suffering from very severe headaches.
Did they hit you on the head?
Yes, on my head. He was beating mainly on my head.
So, Ibrahima,
Yes.
while you were sitting there in the parlor and he was taken inside, did you get to or know what was happening to him inside?
Ibrahim wato mena de besirin dum salo do jada be kono to je fo ina na londa ba muna be ke kangala nu wato mena be kono to ba
Nga kala mutaka tumbe banta tumomin anka moile ko iba alapila nka pipe moile iba alapila.
Yes, when I was sitting there, I realized that they were beating him because I used to hear I heard him saying to Babukar, you people, why are you beating me? You are beating me. I heard the hose pipe they were using to beat him.
At this stage, were you beaten at all?
Il faut ko bula nyintemben na il faut yete fa on lipala ba
Nde ngamin fo lunta follow ke mante lapide.
Me, what I said before, initially when I went in, they didn't beat me.
Nata fintina kabinga fa enkai ko nde mansong ko alien record le.
Well, I came out and I told him that I don't agree that you recorded us.
So anata na fonye ko ila statement nganda statement nga fa minketa nga fa ko nimpa jallo le besiri.
Then he asked me my statement. I said, okay, I will narrate it to you. Then I narrated my statement to him, telling him that I was there sitting with Pajalo. That was the time when he told me to go outside and sit down there and wait for him.
But Musa Kangalo neko yo but ya lapi control because I
know that Musa was beaten because he was shouting and he was saying to them, why are you beating me? Why are you beating me? You are beating me like this? I heard that.
So how did you
the beating?
Let's take it sequentially.
Okay.
How did you feel sitting there knowing that your friend and colleague was being tortured?
Akuya kuta ja nyadi le de besiri mo dingira mento ya mo iba be si ido le tere mai ba lipaka
I was really angry
because
I was hearing what he was saying. You are beating me like this. Why are you beating me? I didn't like it a little bit.
So, Musa, what happened after you were taken out?
Musa, very in the banda.
When I was taken out, we were all sitting down outside. In the main parlor, that's where we were sitting. Myself and Keta, but Jallo has not yet arrived. But what Sise told me, that time was in mind. When I had the vehicle coming, I saw Amadou Bojang coming in. He was shouting,
Kamfato fonga ko ni sise memfo.
He was angry. He appeared very angry. Then I remembered what Sise said.
Alon ko nyimanta fambula banda namo keso mi abe tai sabala o adolo mi.
Then I knew that this man is not. I knew that this man is not all himself now. He has either smoking cannabis or he drank some alcohol or he drank some pills.
So he said, let them put pickaxes and spades inside the vehicle.
At this, who was he saying that to?
About
was addressing that to brothers like Babakar Trawale, Ibrahim Sise, Babakar Singate,
Alpha Bojang.
He was addressing those people.
Because member
really helped us there. Since my first arrival there, is the person who told me that. He told me that, well, 3 o'clock, these people are going to kill you. But don't tell anybody that I am the guy who informed you. Because if they know that I am the person who told you this, they might kill me myself or do something very dangerous to me. The reason why he told me that, because when he saw me, he was surprised. He asked me, Fofana, where are you from? I said to him, I'm from Jara Sankuya, but I'm resident at Bakote. That's where I was staying in my uncle's compound. He said to me, I also live at Bakote, but I live around the borehole. I said to him, Bakote borehole? He said, yes. I said to him, I have a friend, an age mate, who stays there with his white wife, a white woman called Sute Fofana. Well, I told him, in our relationship, he is my son. Because he's from the same compound with Bakausu.
Mr. Chair, may I just ask for 2 minutes to sort something out and then we'll proceed. Just 2 minutes. Or even 1, Mr. Chair. Just,
please.
Yes, thank you. Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. You were telling us about Babukar Tarawale. You've mentioned him several times. Can you describe him?
He's a person dark in complexion. He is a little bit taller than me. And he is heftier than me. I think he is he's a policeman.
Because my Nina Abitala Recunda.
When going towards Latrikunda,
Mansilo Mendunda Kafindi official coma.
the third road that appears behind official,
Police post Dobe Nunje.
there was a police post there.
What were 2 years ago?
I think this was 2 years ago. I think that's where he was posted.
There was a Milado Kola.
There was a day when I was going to work.
Sekuna Marse.
The market at Serakunda.
Nina receptionist do Bitaka Omar.
I was going with one of our receptionists called Omar.
No Bitaka.
I was going with him.
Na mitabanda sute junale.
Well, then we met, but I recognized him at an early stage when I saw him.
Because the dressman do not realize contributed to come sute.
Because the dress I wore, he didn't realize that it is me. He didn't recognize me.
So,
when we met, the other guy called him. He is from London Corner, and that person I was going with also was staying at London Corner.
So I
He gave him his hand, and they shook hands. When he pointed his hand to me, I looked in his eyes. When he saw me, he felt guilty. Then the other guy said, Musa, what's it? I said to Musa, I said to my friend, ask him. Let's go, ask him. I said to him, what Bunjeng said? There is a day. Then we left. If I look behind me, our eyes will meet. When we took some distance, he asked me, bro, what has happened? I said to him, I'll later tell you. Because at that time, when I was in fact in this problem, I was working with some Moroccans.
The restaurant
I was working at one restaurant. I was the cashier and supervisor at that restaurant.
So,
that's where I happened to meet a lot of government workers.
But let's go back to that day when you were being tortured. And this gentleman told you that at 3 a.m. Amadou Bojang is going to come and kill you or will instruct others to kill you. And later you had Amadou Bojang telling the guys to put the pickaxes and the shovels inside the vehicle. At this stage, where was Pa Alassane?
around 2:30 towards 3 a.m.
It was around 2:30 towards 3 in the morning.
Before May 12th.
This can be, it was, I can say it was on the day of May 12th.
It was after 12, huh?
Because it was after midnight.
So,
so daybreak,
after midnight.
Okay.
I'll come back.
Okay. So at this stage, Pa Alassane has not been brought here.
No.
Ibrahim, where were you at this time at 3 a.m. or thereabout?
Ibrahim,
on the 12th.
Karotil tanganim fula montoro wati
in the sitting room.
I was sitting at the sitting room.
Person sitting room.
That's where we spent the night, in the sitting room down there.
Did you hear Amadou Bojang when he arrived?
What
did you hear him say?
When he came, when he came, he was walking fast. And he was also shouting. That's how he instructed these guys. He called Ibrahim Sisi and others. Alpha Bojang.
Picasso bulandi moto kono.
He told them to pick shovels and pickaxes on board the vehicle.
Hakilo nata je ko yara fan tonyalum.
And I remembered what they said. I said, on the whole, this is true.
That singing suto iben sambala katamfa.
That this night they will take us away and kill us.
Kabrim Bemba ya for Musa.
When Bemba informed Musa about this,
Musa fana ya for nyele.
Musa also told me.
Mbeben hakilo tukan.
So we were all thinking of that.
Sa bringa fintita nan drong ani o Kenya.
So when he came in that manner,
so kumatam fa he biyo ke mbatungam pare vitam falale.
I said to myself, well, today is the day. Let's be prepared. These people are really, they are going to kill us.
And then what happened after that?
What happened later? They made us board that vehicle,
double cabin
that double cabin pickup. The way we went in,
double cabin la order cabin le konoto.
We were made to sit inside the double cabin.
Passenger cabin.
The passenger cabin.
Yes, the passenger cabin. That's where we sat.
Passenger side of the cabin.
The passenger side of the cabin. Behind the driver's seat.
Yeah, behind the driver's seat. Okay.
So in sandwich le.
And we were sandwiched.
Babukar Tawale beteng.
Babukar Tawale was on one side. Myself and Musa were in the
other side.
And Alpha was sitting on the other side. So when we were going, they were slapping us all the way going. The way they were slapping us, it was really painful. My ear really pained me.
Around for 2 weeks, and
it took me almost 2 weeks. I was suffering from that pain in my ear.
In Sambo Nyama fo bade koto yalong holigam nim bade ko manjam fanyola be sutiari nyola.
They took us all the way to the cemetery. You know, Hogam is not far away from the cemetery.
Yes.
At this stage, where was Amadou Bojang?
Yintemben Amadou Bojang atabe mintole.
Ate Amad lebe moto nyato.
He was the man sitting in front of the vehicle.
Did he know that you were being slapped?
Directly
yes, he is aware because he was sitting directly in front of us.
Did he say anything?
He didn't say anything.
Did he stop it?
He didn't stop them. He didn't tell them to stop beating us.
Musa, you were sitting directly behind Amadou, correct?
Musa be sitting Amadou Koma kodi.
The driver, was it? Baukar was driving and the Koma.
Okay, driver. Okay.
Baukar was driving. I was sitting.
I was driving a Koma.
I was sitting behind the driver.
Amadou driver Bala.
Amadou was sitting next to the driver and I was sitting behind the driver.
Do you know for certain that Amadou knew that you were being slapped?
Very well. No, because he was hearing the slaps that they were. And the slapping was going on with talking. They went on telling us, we are going to kill you today. Nobody will ever see you people today again.
Did Amadou say anything against you or towards you?
Fo Amadou kuma sala la ba même fo ku la ko to bang même alan ko abal dunal ba waran do kuma fo melan ko aba kelale de marangol tiba la karol
amon fe fo mo kuna ko to o buka diam
Amadou didn't say anything. Amadou is a wicked man. He didn't say even a single word.
Very wicked.
So then what happened when you arrived at the cemetery?
Silang mana na gabira fura bade ko to kaburo to
mask bala so kabe ko jinjira.
He was wearing a mask.
Who was wearing a mask?
Amadou Bojang pistol babulu.
Amadou Bojang was wearing a mask and he was having a pistol.
Ako gare bunda ele.
He told the guys to open the doors.
Which guys?
Ibrahim Sise.
That's Ibrahim Sise.
Babukar
Trawale.
Bemba Alpha
Bojang.
Singate, Babukar Singate.
And Babukar Singate.
Babukar Trawale.
And Babukar Trawale.
Bunda
they said to him, but the doors are locked.
Which doors?
Bunda.
The cemetery doors were locked.
The gate of the Kanifing South Cemetery.
Exactly.
That's where you were taken.
Kanifing South la bade ko nying.
So ko gale bunda kati.
He told them to break down the doors of the cemetery.
Another for no allo I last word for now for the kata tadim ko singana to ninga fa ya ul fa jala sare.
He told them, well, wait, I will give orders so that you can break down the doors and you can just kill them and throw them in the pits like dogs.
And Ibrahim, what did you hear Babukar Amadou Bojan say during that period, once you were descended from the vehicle?
Ite munamoy Amadou Bojan memfo wato mena yal jindi nyum motol kono. Kuma kan way memfo. Ay mo jindi tumo min na ka fo mo lere ko.
When we were made to alight from the vehicles, what he was saying was, he said, if there is anything, you are going to say your last words. Today is going to be your last day in this world. That was the time when he talked to Musa.
What did he tell him?
I mean for Musa, what he said to Musa was that, well, what we are going to do is, we will kill him first. Said to him, well, when we open the door, you will go and dig your own grave. After you dig your own grave, we will put you inside the grave and kill you there. From there, we will come to Ibrahim.
And that's what you were told, Musa?
Musa, you were for
he said to me, he said to his guys, Musa will go and dig his grave. If he turns to come towards us, I will kill him like a dog. You just take him and throw him inside the grave. Well, Allah is our witness, that's what he said.
So,
he said to them all before that, in fact,
last word for follow.
Before you break the door, let him say his last words. He said to me, Fofana.
Last word.
He said, time is up. Say your last word. I wanted to run away. But if I run away, he will kill me.
Guy Captain.
I said to him, Captain. I said to him, I heard this from you, but I didn't hear it from Allah. He said to me, Fofana. But you are a stubborn person. God? My people beat you up to the point of you nearly died. Until now, you are still stubborn. You, where do you come from? Which Fofana from? Where do you hail from?
Because
I know that he is from Nyomi. Then I knew that is the time when I knew that Allah has come. I said to him, I am from Jara. Sankuya. Then he said, then that's the time when he took off his mask. He took out a bullet from his gun, from his pistol. He told his people to leave the door. He told his people, if I kill this man, they will kill me. And if anything happens here, well, everything will be... If we kill Ibrahim Keta, this man will reveal everything to the world. Because if we release this man and kill Keta, this man will betray us and reveal what has happened.
ako sayin faro bayta.
He said, now killing, we've decided to cancel the killing.
Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin.
Then I said, thanks to Allah.
Ko kay faro bayta ba.
I said to him, so you have cancelled the killing? He said, yes.
Akoyo ko on saraw.
He said to me, my bantamate.
Akoyo sa lawyer nyini.
He said to me, now go and look for lawyers.
Ma make sure ngal from life.
We will make sure that we will jail you people for life.
Kayo faranga mo ila mamu ala.
That also I told him I had it from you, but not from Allah.
Akoyo di ko ha.
He said, I said, yes.
Akoyo nyomi njara nka ha.
They said, between Nyomi and Jara? I said, yes.
Ako okay.
He said, okay.
Ibrahim, did you hear this conversation?
Kuma ka nyin waro mena betambika ni Musa ni nyintema ya mwele ba.
Ntulo bala mbelori Musa mbelori.
I was listening. I was there. I was standing.
Ala kumo be moyle.
I heard all what he was saying.
Ndebe dame njedro.
Where I was at that instant,
Ngalon ko komi li botanu Musa fara bro binantele kamba.
what I thought was that after they kill Musa, they will come to me and kill me too.
Adun kukilim bije kabrim bita kam bade kokto.
And one thing, when we were going towards the cemetery,
Kabri sandwich.
when we were sandwiched,
Sutiata bade ko la tumo minna.
when we came all the way near the cemetery,
Miro minna tanto na dindimo Babukar ndimma ndinkew dindim mani.
the thought that came to me was my mind went to my last child.
Hakilo lota kam bake.
My mind was permanently on that boy.
Po bitum sai bitam fara ko.
I said to myself, well, these people are going to kill us.
Wolumo kai wolumo ntafo no la wolumo kole ata bake.
I cannot say anything else, but that day was really a hard day for us.
How did you feel when he said that they are putting off the killing?
Sain dum biri na fo ko sain faro nyin ya bayle. Akide fe nyaadile.
Mbe dame njedron kutam kumata ko malla akola no.
Well, at that instant, I didn't even believe as yet.
Because jorangul be gulle.
Because they were having all these tools with them.
Isimfano minna.
What they can use to kill us.
Nanata na foko je ay faro bay.
So later on when he said that he has cancelled the killing, I was there, but I was really puzzled, of course. I was worried, yes. So I was also in a hurry so that we can leave the cemetery area.
And how did that happen, leaving the cemetery area?
So keno da nyaari le fo alta vo albuta bade ko law dingira nyinto albura nyinto.
Ayun killing ayun kumande mbe akonya nga dum moto kono kotek.
Then he said to us, let's board the vehicle again.
I command the driver.
We gave commands to the driver. He also boarded the vehicle. Muruta back to bulldozer. That's the time when we returned back to bulldozer.
Were you handcuffed?
No, I'm blow chain.
No, we were not handcuffed.
Blow chain.
Musa, were you handcuffed?
No, honey.
No, I was not handcuffed.
And what happened when you went back to bulldozer?
Sila muna na ke biringal ni muruta bulldozer la dingiraro.
Kalum fa bulldozer be judgment wali ka security.
When we arrived at bulldozer, when we were approaching the gate with the security people who were there,
the founder of Zako all surprised.
Then I observed that these people were surprised. Because when they had the vehicle, they all turned and looked at us. I looked at them and I said to myself, really? These people on the whole, they kill people here.
Because
Kanifing Imam, I used to hear his talks over the radio at that time.
So after
his case, then that was the time when our case came up. Then I realized that truly these people used to kill people.
So
the security people opened the gates. That's how we went in. But when we boarded the vehicle at the cemetery and when we were coming back, Amadou himself, I think he was ashamed because his head was bent. This is how we went in.
From there, ina pagunjira modokono.
Then we all alighted from the vehicle.
Ate farra molbala tara faya tara of somava.
Then he left us and went to his office.
Yalo na bitana ku jimi abita kana ni senatura.
Well, when he bends his head and he's walking, you will think that he's a bull which is going.
Kamuna mome alonko kilo mantimma because most more jive ka fa be fala.
You look at him and think that this man is not really correct. How can you look at a person and tell him that I'm going to kill you?
So kamino kera be borala.
After all that,
Fano kera
in the morning,
bejere
you were there.
Nobody fano kera
Ibrahim,
right
all this period, were you given anything to eat?
fo fendi alla bang be men do malaba
Na taro urlato.
During our stay at that
This
place,
time, this second day, were you given anything to
when
eat?
you lum fulanjaw ni fo fendi la ba be men do malaba
Woto ma kala mutanga domoro ke dame.
no, I cannot remember where we ate.
Alo ngamil lonje kabin fano keta.
What I knew when it was daybreak,
Woto molo ngamira ye dasa moke. That was dasa mbur kunto ni bota.
that was the time they brought half bread and butter.
Ko mo ye mol kumandi ko mole na dasa.
They called us and said, let's go and have breakfast.
Were you the only two detainees at Holgam bulldozers at this time?
o wato la to mo drone mo fulo di mialon ko alto lebe moroko no jeba bulldozer o wato la jeba
Wato de ngamodo lo mimbe selo mimbe ibulu mutarin no.
Well, there was someone else who was under custody,
Bare ngamira wo mu criminal wolti dal.
but I think that person is a criminal.
Ke jangolom teng.
A tall guy.
Boru ngamira ka suyaro ke.
I think that man used to steal or a thief.
Ko komin ni anatije.
Like if they bring him there,
Ko wan ni abula.
when they release him,
Ko 1 week si ko tenga muruna.
before a week they'll bring him back.
Ngawo moy jele
I heard that there being said.
bejetu mominda.
When we were there,
Aje fana mol kanana ne doy katale ni suto e findita e mol konam e ramas ne mol konam banta e ramase ne inati nanje.
what we usually witness at night is that usually they will go out. And when coming back, they will come with a lot of people who they will bring into the place there.
So that second day,
lum fulanjaw ni
were you the only two people there, or did they bring somebody else with regards to your case?
fo ato mo fulo drone tarta nun jebang me fo ye dol fana nati jela me alon ko ila kolbe sujiring al fana ko wala yal dali lo men kamaje
The second day.
Yes.
I think Pajalo was brought the following day.
I think Pajalo was brought the following day.
Pajalo nati janjel.
They brought Pajalo there.
And what happened when they brought Pajal?
una nata nake bring ye pajallo nati je
Ngamira musale fana komin tata paja musa kamman ni tata nyola. Ngamira fana musa fana biri tata Pajalo kamman ni musa tata nyola.
Just as I went with them to go and collect Musa, I think the same thing happened. Musa with them to go and pick up Pajalo.
Musa, did you go with them to pick up?
itala ni tata bang pour kata pajallo kamana
ko ne tanga pajalo dlaita nira.
Yes, they said to me, let me go with them so that I can show them where Pajalo lives.
Ko no monta monjelo.
I said to them, no, I will not go because I don't know the place.
So starta kasinda fofana fa ko fe bota itani molla.
That was the time when they started talking to me. They sat by me and said, Musa, stop that, let's go, just show us the place where he lives.
Ko manjelo mbita kesega wonta mayalon.
I said to them, well, I don't know his home. When we go, it will be in vain because I don't know where he lives. And truly speaking, at that time, I didn't know where he lives.
What
he used to tell me is, I live around the coastal road, around the new mosque when going towards Yundum. That's the area where I live. That's what he just tells me.
So Kongata.
They said I should go with them. I said, okay, let's go.
So
I boarded the pickup. We went. But these people behave like madmen because the way they drive,
full speed karawalla.
they always run at top speed.
About the first Johnson Balawla, Roman
Because in the end, I became fearful for my life because near that man Johnson, a little bit, we were about to have an accident there.
Taxi driver, Peter Candela, for overtake la.
The taxi driver was going and they wanted to overtake him.
Because long.
Because that man didn't know them.
Only go for trouble.
He didn't give them the way. In fact, they nearly brought a problem for him.
So Tara in full speed.
That's how we went. They were going at full speed.
Tara for Sukura.
We went all the way to Sukuta.
Garage Jamu Dambitala.
When we passed the garage near the mosque,
Ita Bunjang killing.
after one-story building,
Bunjang Flanjang on your right.
after the second-story building on the right, after that second junction, there is a junction and the compound called Chamkunda. That's where I was living.
Dr. Fana Pharmacy Board.
And that's where Doctor's Pharmacy was also located. So when Pajalo comes and passes by and finds us brewing China green tea or attire, that's where he usually sits with us. But at that time, he was not aware that we were already arrested. So when we were coming, I saw him get up from the compound gate and he was going away. So I think Ibrahim John be communicate. So at that time, Babkat Trawale was communicating with Ibrahim John. I was sitting next to Babkat Trawale. I heard Ibrahim John's voice describing the shirt that Pajalo wore. Because a very bad man, he sits in his house, lock his door. Because his door is a metal door, but it has glass somewhere around the door. That's where he sits to peep outside. Very nice man. And this old man is a very lively man. When he sits with us, he chats with us, laughing all the time. So maybe so I think he heard that man's voice. Then I think that's the time he called the man and told him that this old man going away is the very man. He told them, he asked them, who are you with inside the vehicle? They said to him, Musa Fofana. He told them, Musa Fofana will not cooperate with you. Just follow the man as I described him. Follow him. He described the type of dress that the old man was wearing. It was a white gown, white hat, plus white scarf. Dark brown. Dark brown. Okay, dark brown. Both shirt, trouser, scarf, and hat. So they asked me, Fofana, really, you don't know this man? I said to them, I haven't seen him. And by that time he was talking, they were communicating on the phone. He was saying to the guys, just take the road, just follow the road, follow him. We went all the way to the place where they used to split woods just by the roadside. After passing that place, if you go a little bit further, you will come to a story building where the Sarahulis have their mosque. These people are really bad. We went all the way until when they saw this old man, just like if the old man is like this, He drove the vehicle all the way up to next, just very close to the old man.
So kenindo ya ka pabi molna aka yalum pabi na bita jama Dorcas lifla.
And old man, so many people knew him. So sometimes when he's walking, people will give him a lift. So some people told him that, well, your people are just by your side.
He
He was laughing and said, well, my people are here. He just got hold of the door. They opened the door for him. Then Keta said to him, oh, Pabi, are you going home? They said to him, okay, let's go, we will take you. He sat down on board the vehicle. They said to him, Pabi,
understand.
Then when we reached bulldozer, I said to him, I called you before, but you didn't answer. He said, well, when I saw these people, I became suspicious. I don't understand them. So this is why when you called me, I was unable to hear you.
So if traffic light,
they pretended that if they were going towards the traffic lights, so after they went for some time and they got space where they can turn around,
turned very quick.
They turned very quickly,
but full speed,
and they went into full speed. The old man was sitting and he shook his head. I think that was the time when he became suspicious. Then I realized that maybe this man is angry, so there is no need for me to talk to him anymore. This is how we went all the way to Bulldozer. After they alighted, I also alighted, then the old man also alighted from the vehicle. At the time he looked at me and said, Musa, on the whole we are here. I said, yes. I said to him, I called you several times, but you didn't answer. He said, well, I don't understand these people. In fact, I didn't hear your calls. This is how we went until we entered the parlor. They said to him, we need you, go in. They told me to sit down. I sat down and they went in with the old man. I didn't hear any noise, I didn't hear anything. But I was all the time listening, thinking of what's going to happen next. I didn't hear anything. After some time, he came out. He sat down. He said to me, well, these people, what they asked me, is it the same thing that they asked you? Then I said to him, what did they ask you about? He said to me, of the three of us, how is it possible for us to organize a coup d'etat here?
Ibrahim, at this stage, where were you?
I was also sitting down there.
And what happened? As you were seated there?
He was talking to Musa and narrating what transpired inside. That's what he was telling Musa.
Musa, did anything happen to the old man while inside that room?
Musa,
no, because I knew from your
no, nothing happened to him because he told me that they didn't beat him. But he said these people are very rude people. And he said they were telling him to take off his hat. I said, oh, that's what they were telling you. He said, yes. I said to him, well, these people will not end well. Because somebody who is an elderly, whether you are a Muslim or not, youngsters should always respect elderly people. This is how our elders brought us up. But I said to him, no, okay, let's go and see how these people will end.
Did they release you?
No, they didn't leave us.
Ibrahim, what happened next?
We were staying there at Bulldozer.
Antata jenga se nte sa mira dar yalo mantilol county.
I didn't count the days, but I think
Ya mira lokum fula anin fen fo lokum saba nin fen ga osoto jele.
I think we spent 3 weeks and some days there.
Where were you sleeping during that period?
wato nyingono yalkela min dole
Wato be covering inka lum follow found.
The first day,
Yalo ngalla palo leto.
we spent the night
Salo nyinto.
in the parlor there, in the main parlor.
Yara fang within bulldozer found.
On the whole, within bulldozer there,
Lawe beje ika mol dundi dame.
there is a place where they put people.
Asel mulungulong.
It's just like a cell.
Bari minketa.
But what happened?
Blanying floor tije moditale.
The place has no floor and it was muddy inside
Adum
there,
asinanta.
and it was wet.
So ikonum pour moleta laje.
Well, they said that's where we should go and sleep.
Ngamela modo nata boy kono okoye ko o tata Amadou Nyolja afoye.
I think somebody left them and went to Amadou and informed them.
Akoye definitely lafte sambala priete ila dame njemang ideal de.
And he told them that definitely the place where we want to take these people to spend the night, I don't think that place is ideal for them.
Akoye ko itata jejube.
As the time when they themselves went to inspect the place,
Inata na fo mole ko.
then they came and told us that,
Okay, nga lodo manding Amadou Batu.
let's wait for Amadou.
So bring Amadou nata.
When Amadou came back,
Ibe kono to je kachata idamangol.
they were inside there and they discussed amongst themselves.
So inata na boy do bije ka fa alpha bojam fonkolom immigration official.
There was an immigration officer amongst them called Alpha Bojang,
Kamban sutumote.
a short man.
Yodi molla
They assigned him to us,
anin driver
plus a driver.
yembulandi moto kono.
We boarded a vehicle.
Ye samba seloto.
They took us to a cell.
Na mena force cell ni.
I think that first cell,
Kanifing police Kanifing cell them
I
Kanifing.
think it's in Kanifing.
Police post dolebe police station dolebe Kanifing balaji.
There was a police station just near Kanifing there.
Ye samba olto.
That's where they took us.
So kapi wo botala.
After that,
Nga laje fu fano keta.
we spent the night there till daybreak.
Nata nang nkamba.
They came back to pick us up.
So briwoto.
After that,
Nka daytime katara je nkatara bulldozer from morning up to let's say 8 o'clock now 8 o'clock news kele.
I think from then on we used to stay at Bulldozer from morning until around 8, till after the 8 o'clock news.
After news time,
Ikana
ilan samba selolto.
That's the time when they take us to the cells.
So ni kan samba selolto.
When they are taking us to the cells,
bukata cell kilimoto.
we don't all go into one cell.
Ikan janjandile.
They separate us.
So do bije.
Sometimes,
Ntewingala manjai. Manjai cell.
Sometimes I'll spend the night at Manjai cell.
Okay, mbewoto.
That's how we were.
Vo fano kanake fonko dunto fonko 12 midnight. No, around 2, 3, 4 mafang.
Maybe around 2, 3 or 4.
Yanim fano kake.
Before daybreak.
Natana police officer dojeje.
Then I saw one police officer there.
Abuta Janjambure, Georgetown.
He's from Janjambure, Georgetown.
Our tribe is a Manswanka.
But he's a Manswanka.
Yarafa atelemu station officer tije.
On the whole, he was the station officer there.
Otumolo na diamta.
That's the time when I talked to
Kai ko
him.
lafta diamla na brother le Sidibe, Momodu Sidibe.
I said to him, I want to talk to my brother, Mamadou Sidibe.
Otumolo ay mobile odinna.
Then he gave me a mobile phone.
Janito kana.
Before the arrival of our people,
Na brother communicator.
I communicated with my brother.
Kai ko bitu isafo na molie.
Then I told him to tell my people
Bingala manjai police le.
that today I spent the night at Manjai police.
Mbe bulldozer le.
I am at Bulldozer.
Otumola ka fonye ko ntoli nyinin dulal beto mare be dame.
That's the time he told me we looked for you at every place, but we didn't know where you were.
In which cells have you spent the night during that period?
yela sel jumala kono wato kono
ngalla Kanifing police station la cell to ngalla je.
I spent the night at Kanifing police station, the cell there. I spent the night in that cell.
Ngalla Manjai.
I spent the night also in Manjai.
Manjai Kunda.
At Manjai Kunda.
Mbota je ngalla Bakote police station or cell of
I spent the night at a cell in Manjai Kunda. Bakote.
Mbota Bakote.
From Bakote.
Ngalla Kotu police station.
I spent the night at Kotu police station.
Mbota je fana.
From there.
Ngalla Kairaba station.
I spent the night at Kairaba station.
But ni cell be.
But all these cells.
Cell mingena dangerous to Gambia cell be within this area.
The most dangerous cell in the Gambia within this area.
Wolum Kotu cell te.
That's the cell at Kotu.
Because the Kotu cell at Adinkatale.
Because the Kotu cell is deep down.
Unko min bunda be dame anin huo be dame puri henda.
Where the door is and where the hole is.
Abe jamfari santole.
Is very far up.
Ande ka ni kan lundi je nka fole ko ni mbaluta bitum wolom ni ngalon ko fombe balula fonte balula mbuka wolom.
Because whenever I was going down that cell, I always think whether I will survive or not.
Interest. How many times were you taken there to the Kotu cell?
The Kotu cell.
Wari jalla mi ke sambaje.
Ntenga first round o ke ngalla Kotu cell. Na second round o fanang.
My first round, I spent the night at Kotu cell, and my second round, my second round, I spent the night at Kotu. In fact, they wanted to take Musa to Kotu cell. And they cancelled that. Because I wanted to refuse, because I know the way Kotu cell was. Because that's the time when the driver, he said to me, Uncle, I'm just ashamed of you. If I am not ashamed of you, when we handle you here, that's the time when I complied. Twice I spent the night at Kotu station.
Musa, did you spend the time?
Interestingly, sorry, let me mention this.
Interestingly,
go ahead.
When they are taking people to these cells, when we arrive at the police station, they book us. They book us with a red pen. And then they can indicate incommunicado. And what they indicate there is incommunicado. When we are there, they don't want us to talk or discuss with anybody.
Now observe, you can book in red pen.
That's what I observed for all these cells. They book us with a red pen. And they write incommunicado there.
Musa, did you also make a tour of all these cells in the Greater Banjul area?
Ite dum area. Ko ite fanan keta modi mi alon ko ye murundi ni selol be ko mi alon ko be ni KMC tundola jamba.
Yeah, that's the same thing was done to me.
First night,
I was taken to Manjai. When we went to the station, they said, no, this place is not safe for Musa. Musa cannot be here. But by the grace of Allah, wherever we go, if we don't meet somebody from Jara there, you will see somebody with the surname of Fofana. And they were worried about me.
So
they said I cannot be kept there. They said let's go back to Kalifing. When we came back to Kalifing, and there was somebody called Sidi Fofana. That person is a niece to my wife, a nephew to my wife.
So
they said we should go to Kotu. We went to Kotu.
So Alpha Bojang, station officer
he went and talked to the station officer. I don't know what he told him. He said to me, Fofana, the juju you wearing around your waist, take it off.
I hope this is not one you took from Masembe.
No. He said, he told me to take it off. Then I took it off. I said to him, does it here? He wanted to put it down. I said to him, if you put this down, whatever you see, this is what will happen to you.
He will turn into a snake.
Then he told me, look, here is your charm. Here is your juju. I took the juju and I tied it on my waist again.
So policeman
They wanted to leave, but the policeman said to me, Fofana. Do you know Afang Ansumana Fofana? I said to him, he's my younger brother.
Okay, no problem.
He said, okay, no problem.
Alpha safe to the
I said to Alpha, the man is safe here, you just go. He said to me, my elder man. Afang is my elder man and you will not have any problems here. He opened the cell. They put me inside. The other prisoners I found in there. The place was smelling with cigarette smoke and also with urine. They said to me, what brought you here? I said to them, well, I just saw myself here. But they said to me, but you are not that kind of people who should be kept here. And the officer had, at that time, the officer had already told me, whenever you want to go to the restroom, just knock the door, I'll open the door for you. Because I observed that those inside the cell, the people I found in there, they used to have a water container. That's where they put their urine in. Some of them were just urinating on the floor. I locked the door. The man opened the door. He asked me what is the problem. I said to him, I want to pray the last prayers. He said, okay, come. He said to me, please don't disgrace me, don't go anywhere. I said, I'm not going to anywhere. After I prayed, I went to him and I told him that I am ready. He said to me, okay, just sit down here. Around 4:05. We sat down there and chatted until around 4:05. I said to him, open the door, let me go in. These people are madmen. He opened the door and I went inside.
Around 8 or 9,
That's where we were until around 8 or 9 in the morning, so these people came. They took me to bulldozer.
So how many cells did you spend the night in the vicinity?
I spent the night at Kotu, Kanifing, Karaba Station, and bulldozer itself.
How about Alpha?
Alasan. He also was at Kairaba. Anything. I was aware of these two, but the other nights I don't know where he
So for how long were you held in this condition? Ibrahima,
bulldozer kono for
throughout the period of your detention.
Sa for bulldozer si limal karoki je min wandantenga jube ko dal, it may be up to 3 weeks 4 days.
Just what I can say is that we might have spent 3 weeks 4 days there.
Then
later on we were bailed.
Because
what happened?
Kabring fenke atodum Amadou Bojang Nata decide ko pour say molbita ben sambala ben hand over la prosecution.
Because when Amadou Bojang decided that we will be handed over to the prosecution, that was the morning when he was saying that all the lawyers are opposition members.
Directly prosecution.
So he said we will take you people directly to prosecution. We spent almost 3 to 4 weeks there. When we were granted bail,
prosecution.
We were taken to prosecution.
Nga motara je.
We found somebody there.
The head of the prosecution.
That's the head of the prosecution unit.
State Prosecution Service or Police Prosecution?
Police Prosecution Service. I tell them head.
That's the head of the Police Prosecution Service.
One Mr. Ture.
They call him Mr. Ture.
I guess because Kejamola telephone jam fatala staff will be. He's a tall man.
Because he's a tall man. I think he's taller than all members of his staff.
So atele mol kabrim futatama.
Because when I went to him,
Musa and Palasana.
Myself and Musa and Pa Alasan.
I mol kumandi ala office okono.
He called us into his office.
I mol nyininka.
He questioned us.
So nga call be satai.
We narrated everything to him.
Bring a call be satai.
After narrating everything to him,
atafanko moleko.
He himself told us that.
Akonye ko mimbe caring, alialo mimbe caring.
He said to us, do you know what's going on?
Akonye ko nyimbemu ibe manding ko lekeleka.
He said to me, all this, they are fighting the Mandinkas.
Akonye ko.
He said to me,
mi al natija Ahmad Bojang.
The person who brought you here, Ahmad Bojang.
Ako alia imagine a senior man like myself, I am putting on white. I'm a, is it OCO commander? The police, those who put on white.
Well, look, a senior man like me.
Ahmad Bojang once called him to tell him that he's going to let him come. He is coming to arrest him.
So one day Amadou Bojang called him and said to him that he is coming to arrest him.
Amadou Bojang, I'm your senior, you cannot arrest me.
Then that's the time when he told Amadou Bojang, I am your senior, you cannot arrest me. Then he told us later that what I will do is I will provide a vehicle for you.
Later, police station or Minton,
I think the police station we first went to. We didn't stop there. I think that day we went all the way to
Serakunda police station.
If I can remember, we started at the Serakunda police station. Those people referred us to Brikama. When we reached Brikama,
a station officer
the station officer that we found there, he also said the case is not for that place. Police station. They said we should have gone to the Brusubi police station.
Police station.
That's the time we went to the Brusubi police station.
So me receive photo.
The person who received us there,
one Amadou Keta,
was somebody, one Amadou Keta.
He's also a very tall guy.
Also a very tall guy.
Atalon prosecution from OCTJ. Officer in charge of prosecution there.
He is the man in charge of prosecution there.
So on the whole tonga Brusubi police station fananga around 1 month some weeks.
We also spent 1 month some weeks at the Brusubi police station.
Ni ajube dal or culminatively.
If you check the whole thing in a community.
3 months so kela detention okono.
We were very close to 3 months.
Because the Brusubi police station
because when we were at the Brusubi police station,
magistrate court.
We lived there and go and attend our trial at Bundung Magistrates Court.
So sometimes ni Amadou Keta fountain kabrini dunta ambulata daje.
So this Amadou Keta, when we went there and met him there,
nata itande ala control manke criminality.
We showed him that we were not criminals.
Nata itande ala te fa mo keta moti mi alon ka jenum because I live at Salaji. I just transferred to Salaji to my
Then I showed him that I decided to transfer to my compound at Salaji.
Ila wife and then ala sister.
Then I told him that your wife and your sister,
ila wife la sister,
your wife's sister,
sympathy soto nyedon ka ila wife la sister na do ko ke Brufut Health Center and
so that he can have sympathy on me. I told him that your wife's sister once worked with me at the Brufut Health Center, Brusubi Health Center. But all that he didn't even listen to me.
So
you were there.
Every time someone keta.
He is the person every day when day breaks,
Akamol Samba Bundung Magistrate Court.
He will take us to Bundung Magistrates Court.
One thing malon ko mune akendi special interest on to la case to no.
One thing, I don't know the reason why he had this special interest in our case.
But nkajele ko aning Amadou nyol ka communicate on phone.
But we realized that he's always communicating with Amadou on telephone.
What were you charged with?
Yemun tumir den le alkaunda.
Me charge bill la mo like ko sedition.
They said they charged us with sedition.
Musa, do you recall at which stage you were charged? After how long?
Ile mutoni wato kono fo yalo ne wadi chuma na tumiro ta ka de kaunda ba.
The time when I was in detention.
Throughout the 3 weeks you were at Holgam, were you charged?
Loku sabo nyi wato nyi be kono wato mena albe Holgam mudo kono. Fo tumiro de kaunda ba Holgam.
Holgam for Malanka, Kalenda Bruce Station.
They didn't charge us at Holgam, but when we went to Brusubi Station,
court attend Bundu.
That's where we were, so we lived there and go and attend the court at Bundu.
So now I'm charged sedition.
Then we were charged with sedition.
And the other charge is
Something related to inducing for violence I don't know. But the second count we are
even Ablai
Fati was our lawyer because we took Lamin S. Kamara as our lawyer of Dandemayo.
Lamin S. Kamara.
Lamin S. Kamara returned a lawyer, Dandemayo.
And then it was Ablai Fati who took up the case.
It was Ablai Fati, Ablai Fati who Kito Yinta.
In fact, I think we saw him this morning here. So all along, Ablai Fati was presiding over our case.
All along, Ablai Fati was presiding over our case.
Was conducting your defense.
Oh yes, he was conducting our defense.
Yes.
Then
he became somebody who really helped us.
We were going and coming to court and going back to Brusubi.
Because we were going and coming to court and back to Brusubi.
Amadou Keita was so much interested in our case.
Then I later realized that Amadou Keita was so interested in our case.
Sometimes police motor from Panta.
Sometimes, if the police vehicle breaks down, he will take his own police station. He will take his own vehicle and take us to Bundu police station.
Sometimes when we arrive at Bundu station before court starts.
And what happens when we arrive at Bundu police station before the court starts? He will take us into the cell in there also. So that we will wait in the cells until the time comes when we are supposed to appear in court.
Bundu cell condition is one of the worst.
And the condition of those cells at Bundu were among the worst. Because the place you find feces, urine and other things there, and sometimes the people who are packed inside that cell. Amadou Keita was a terror to us.
Definitely. And
at what stage were you granted bail? After how long?
Because in Tata court nearly 1 year.
We are going to court for almost 1 year.
1 year.
At what stage were you granted bail?
The bail was at, like we were going to court with, like I said, it was lawyer Fati who was conducting our case. So,
lawyer Fati
signed in total for about 1 month, 1 month for 2 months. Second month. The second month, na lawyer.
I think it was in the second month when our lawyer was able to grant to make things so that they
eventually what happened to your case, Musa?
The case
was thrown out.
When was that? When did that happen?
When the new government took over.
How did you feel?
We were very happy with that. Because we knew that they were not truthful.
And where is Pa Alassane?
Pa Alassane
what about
Yes, he was alive.
Ako sign where is he?
Signed a bantale October on the 3rd la banta.
He passed away on the 3rd of October.
Right. Because
when we were in the cell, well, we realized that his feet get swollen. I said to him, because what you used to tell us is that you are used to walking, and now you don't have that chance to walk. I said to him, so at this place here, you should be walking around as usual.
So now,
so when he does that walking, well, the swelling on his legs goes down a little bit. But sometimes his legs will be so swollen that it will be shiny.
Ibrahima,
right?
How do you feel about all this?
It was really difficult.
Definitely,
something very difficult. I felt it, but well, what I realized, what I took is that, well, this has been destined by Allah.
Because
Because I'm somebody who doesn't know anything about police. I've never been arrested or taken to the police. And since I was a young boy, up to the time this thing happened. I saw myself in a problem like this, locking me up. 2 to 3 months. It's something that I was very bad about. It was very unhappy about. But I decided to have faith in Allah.
And Musa, you also blame God for being put in jail?
No,
I didn't blame Allah in that way, but whatever happens to the human being, well, we can say that it was a destination, it was destined by Allah. Because if you look at it, these people are very wicked.
And who do you blame? Who do you say is the wicked one amongst them?
Ibrahim John and Ahmad Bojang.
Ibrahim John and Ahmad Bojang. If there is a third person, Babukar Traore. Because that's the man who created these problems for me.
Right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. No further questions for these witnesses.
Thank
you. Thank you very much, Council, and thank you, Mr. Keta and Mr. Fofana, for your testimony.
Chairman ko inumbarabake council inumbarabake Mr. Fofana inumbarabake Mr. Keta Allah said andirola.
Mr. Fofana, you didn't bring in any juju with you today. You?
I don't want to see it.
He said he tried some. That same juju is still with me.
Well, but you are in a friendly environment here, I can assure you that. But before I turn to the commissioners, if they have any questions to ask you, I just want one small clarification from both of you. I'll take you back to the Carnifing South Cemetery when you were taken there 3 o'clock in the morning. Pickaxe and payload.
When they said they were going to kill you people, the shovels and pickaxes, the things that they took along with them,
alfutata je wati me ye kaburo dinko ni ya sinebang foi ma simfolo be baton kane alpha inana dinko sin ya sarenje.
When you arrive there, were the graves already dug, or they were waiting until after they kill you, then they will dig the graves?
Kabudingo ma sim.
The graves were not dug.
Because Ahmad Bojang in the Fako.
Because what Amadou Bojang said was,
said
when they are killing, they are going to start with me.
Then you can last word la.
He will ask me my last word.
No for wrong.
If I say that,
Nilbe bunda katla.
he will break down the door of the cemetery
Because bunda be solo dene.
because the door was locked.
Ya kadim phone bita anga pero ni piraso la anga din ko sing.
After they break down the doors of the cemetery, I personally will go and dig my own grave.
So near sing,
After digging it up,
mbe ton na do ataka ben ko woltela.
if I turn, he said he was going to break my head.
So no kere ben fal din ko kono sare.
After that, they will throw me inside the pit and bury me.
Ol don kay ko
That's the time when I said to him,
ay captain ngamo ita mamo alala.
I said to him, Captain, I had this from you, but not from Allah.
Akoje ku jara bak.
He said to me, you are a very stubborn person.
Ite sara mbede barete mo ku walote kering.
You are older than all of us here, but you are the most rude person amongst us here.
Oje barimbe fa kelela.
He said, but I will kill you like,
Ay ite sod la korek.
you will know more, you will be no more in this world.
Ka ko ngeta moy mala ta moy.
I said to him, I've had it from you, but not from Allah.
Akoje ite min do fofana.
He said to me, Fofana, where are you from?
Ka jara sankuwa.
I said to him, Jara Sankuya.
To ta mola maxim bondi.
That's the time he took off his mask.
Ay keso bonda akoje ko
took out
ngene
the-
fa ben fala.
He took out the bullet from his gun and said to me, if I kill you, they will kill me too.
Akoje nda fa mu nyol ko le.
He said to me, I am also from Yomi.
Ga akoje bari salaw.
He said to me, but my bantamate,
Akoje Allah ni mbita kiti ambasu na life.
go and look for a lawyer. We will take you to the court. After your trial, we will lock you up for life.
Ga ko daga ngam moy lamma moy alala.
I said the same thing to him. I've heard it from you, but I didn't hear it from Allah.
Tan ko ya kala jadi Allah kiti tay.
I said to him, well, now, if you look at things, Allah has done his judgment.
Kada wal nyama.
That's how things happened.
Thank you. The second clarification I want
ñinan kara flanja menti wala ñi de pro lafta me senea
is when you were with this chaps at the cemetery,
re ni ñi safol be ñu baade koto
did you hear any conversation among them?
o ini e diamol soto le bang itol kono je
Sorry man je fam.
Wala ñindi birali be kaburo to je ñimmolu men yali samba je falli ka chatala ni diam dare bang
Waram fali diamu kan la diamu moy dem mountain.
ay da molu tem ya
Taman diam kam mawol inna lillahi wal be nyam mawol buka diam.
Batum bina mbengini karo men kala natale diamu moy tema fo aliamu le bang me ya lon ko asimiro ka tel ka fa ko ñil manke ñil la na foloti o kabro ñinto lafta lon na le fo tumando batale kacha men moy fo ñil ne kana ñin kabro to le bang ye mol sare njele ba ye mol fa ko lafta tel fa la nyamente yol sare nje andu ntel lafta lon na me mel ñinin kan mo male be damento nara kabro ñinto mol be bade njele mel ya lon ko mo wala ko wollon tumando baton si wol la bula si bula wala ko wollon
ya
so atel le fen ko ñim fo kacha aliyamo ñil damman te man man fal man fe moy ore man kacha mo mek
Before bira kaburo.
What the chairman is asking among themselves, the guys who took you there, among themselves, their discussions, did you hear anything which will reveal to you that these people, they are used to coming here? Because it might be possible that some other people were killed, those who disappeared. Maybe they have killed them and buried them inside that cemetery when people were not aware or people didn't know their whereabouts. So this is why he's asking the discussions among themselves whether you can pick up something from them which will show you that, well, these people are used to coming here and they've already brought other people here whom they killed and buried here. This is what he's asking about.
Splendid translation, Mr. Mane. Thank you. Go ahead.
Lume ko do fala fe manam fay sammanam be salba ko je.
The day they wanted to kill us, when they brought us to the main parlor,
Belari suba sal kola.
we were there until after the dawn prayers.
Very early in the morning.
Very early in the morning,
Kedo nara.
one man came there,
Sojarolam.
a soldier man.
Afara ko nondroke.
When he arrived and greeted us,
Ako o kopso lo belarim bang.
he asked us, are these the corpses that are here?
Eka no.
Somebody said to him, no.
Eka Fofana and Keta Manifa.
He said to him, it is Fofana and Keta. Well, we cancelled the killings.
I say that
I heard that.
But
I witnessed that.
Moment kilo malon jumalenda.
But this man who came, this person, I don't know him. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Keta, you have anything to add on to what Mr. Fofana just said?
Mr. Keta, yekumo soto yebe men la fala Mr. Fofana la kumo kambang.
Fofana fonyame wolom de katu tonya.
Just as Fofana said, that's it. Because truly speaking,
malum fo ndelbe wato minto odlato kadu niko e sambadlato purkate fa.
Because the time we spent there, in that time, because if they tell you that they are going to take you to somewhere and kill you,
ikatara silanya do kono oldo ngajele do bije isabata molla le damma bari komi ikatara silanya do kono maybe man ila kacha man meje kacha dal.
You are always in fear. So because of that fear, sometimes you will not even listen to them. You will not be interested. So maybe this is why we were unable to pick up what all they were saying at that place.
Wato kono da isabata molla lundo mandi kabi ni Musa pareta diamola damol kachata.
After they discussed with Musa, they went away from us. They put distance between us and they were discussing amongst themselves there. But I didn't hear what they were saying at that point. That was the time when they told us to board the vehicles and come back.
Thank you very much indeed. Commissioners, if you have any questions, please indicate. Deputy Chair, you have the floor.
Chairman Nolanko after Nyininka Rokela.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Esa. Thank you, Mr. Fofana and Mr. Keta.
I chairperson, I chairman Numbara, I lead council Numbara, Ako Keta, and Musa and Ibrahim Akali Numbara.
Your experience is very chilling.
Alidunda menkono kijate kuolem.
And we're really sorry.
Between Al-Sali Hakebo Indi.
I have 3 small questions. One is not really a question, 2 questions and 1 statement. The one is in connection with Pa Alassane. What year did he die?
Pa Alassane la quality of Abanta Sanjumale.
Alassane last year Abanta, August on the 3rd.
He passed away last year on the 3rd of August.
2020.
Well, in 2020 summer.
Exactly, yeah.
Yes.
Now the other one is in relationship with the officers from the customs and the immigration.
Domo kuleti mentilinta ni molu la molu bata customs na duani bundala and immigration.
One would not normally associate such institutions with people who mete out torture to other people.
Mota mera la ko do kulalu melu bata nyindinkira fuloto wolisike moti me yalon ko wolebe molu mutala ke balajato tajire ya ke tilimbalia.
Yet you have indicated that they participated in your torture.
Bari alenyi na itandi ko wolule molu ti melu mabeta law tajire ya to bali dilim ibali balo dimendila tumome.
Can one of you please confirm this?
Almofulo kono kili ya to nya yandibang menketa. Yes, on that side.
Because
it happened because
because
I know that if I tell lies here, I will one day leave this world and I will go to my Creator. I am a Muslim and I know the Quran. I will not come here and tell lies. They did it. They did it. They did it. Because they did it to me. Babukar Trawale, Ibrahim Sise, Mbemba Bojang,
Babukar Singate,
and Babukar Singate. Yes.
Alpha Bojang, sorry, not Mbemba Bojang, Alpha Bojang.
Not Mbemba Bojang, somebody called Alpha Bojang.
Mbemba
was somebody who really helped us there. In fact, when they were doing this to us, he was very angry. You can see it in his eyes. He was standing aside and looking very angry.
After this
whole episode,
always
Whenever he's going for weekends,
akata mina private over na kachado mandi.
he will come and park his private around our place and chat with us for some time.
Bari ndo ka borinale.
But these others, they run away from us.
Ah,
Yes,
rawal.
this is how it happened.
Thank you. I wanted this confirmation for the simple reason that we're looking at institutional reforms.
Alimbara, niaja ngani kumonyininka, mbe mirakan anin lafta kolu menu tamandila, wala mkafalimunati do kubunda lula.
And it is really amazing how people would step out of their normal duties.
Nyinketa tere makuti, molu sibo, ila do kolu, ila nyantolu, nyanta menkele ila do kolu la, purke blodu ndi kuda lukonome ya lonko, unila do ko jamfata nyola.
To carry out tasks that were not assigned to them.
Purka kulu ke menya lonko imebulala.
Now the final one is the statement that I want to make.
Kumalaba ngole lafta kalimo memfola.
Is that there is much value in our African traditions.
Wole mnyinti na mofin du tara kolu ku fankama balem fankama yata bag.
You have described Amadou Bojang as a very evil person.
Iko Amadou Bojang musetani moleti.
But in spite of his evilness,
bari anala setani ya be,
he was able to respect the joking relationship that existed between your two, the Nyarankas and the Jarankas.
Biring anata bo akalama ko ite mu jarankoleti wo sanawiya membe jarani nyomi tema wo dalilo le ya sabu anata falin.
To the extent that he cancelled your execution.
Hanifo anata Allah faro fango bayi.
I think this is something really commendable for our cultures.
That
we are able to respect them and abide by them.
The
commissioner responsible for reconciliation,
Commissioner Jalo,
I'm sure that he will use this tradition to promote healing and reconciliation in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Amadou,
Amomfa physically.
He is not yet dead physically.
Because no Amomfa.
He didn't kill us. But one can say he killed us in another way. Because I was building a compound, but up to now I cannot complete it. Because my kids or my children also, the way I wanted to educate them, I was unable to complete. My second son, Modlamin Fofana, is even here. He's 24 years old now.
June on the 3rd, over 27 shortly.
My elder daughter, June 27, she will be 27 years in June. June Tilijuma.
June on the 3rd.
June on the 3rd, she'll be 27 years old. The way I wanted to educate them, they were unable to go ahead with that education. This is the reason why I took Modlamin and gave it to one Senegalese who taught him how to become a tailor. He can do all types of sewing. I wanted to buy a sewing machine for him. But I cannot do it because I'm not working.
So now Fatumata,
my daughter Fatumata,
grade 12
they all completed grade 12. I want them to do nursing, but she said she wanted to get married.
So I
knew that if I don't allow her to get married, that's going to be sinful for me.
So
then, with the help of Allah, she got married. She has a son 1 year, 7 months now.
My
My house,
almost about half year.
It's almost halfway.
Ni ata no bulldozer and quote.
If had it not been for this bulldozer problem,
Because I could have kama.
because the money I kept aside for that building,
Structure ni be bana finishing it like.
the structure will be completed and it will be only the finishing touches that will be left.
Because of this problem, turning namuso gormon labero.
Because of this problem going and coming, my wife was running to every place.
Dimba samayande be kasoro.
The way that she was taking care of the family, I was in jail.
Kodo be tara in vain.
All the money went away in vain.
Anisa mbelwaso. Nearly all together, nearly 21 years mbelwaso la.
All to this date, I'm still renting. About 21 years now, I'm still renting.
Nga koraso yuna la manyaka.
I got a compound at Yuna, but still far from completion.
No bullo manifando bullo la.
Well, that building, and at the same time, Keta was also building.
I'm not co-start all those. There was a day.
I think that's how everything started, because there was a day.
It was my day off.
It was my day off.
So when I video.
I went to my house, the people were working there, and I took a video of the building. I showed it to Mr. Keta.
Because I
used to go with him to his compound at Salaji. It's not far away from us. He said to me, on the whole, you are also trying very well. You are doing little by little. I said, yes, I'm also on it bit by bit.
So the following day
I went to work.
After
So after that, when I was off on a certain day, he said to me, I said, well, I'm really worried. I asked him, what is the problem? He said to me one day, Ibrahim John opened the door and sold me a mobile. And said to me, do you think we are the only people building? Look at my building, I'm also building.
So it
was after this that all these bulldozer problems came in. This is how it happened.
Thank you. Shanaz, if you have any further questions. Oh, please go ahead, Mr. Kate.
Mr. Kate,
verily katu Amadou Bojang na nyinko anin bulata nyim problem mo min kono,
because Amadou Bojang's issue and the problem we found ourselves in,
akitantole setback balti na dunia kono.
It became a very, very serious setback for us in our life in this world.
Comme madame ya ko nyame Amadou Bojang yentol falem be balurin.
Just as the lady said, Amadou Bojang killed us, but still while we are still living.
Because
as for me, since we came out of this problem,
hypertension developed.
I developed hypertension.
Diabetes developed.
I developed diabetes. Up to the amount of money I spent on these problems is endless for me.
Dr. Ahmed Seka will following diagnosed diabetes la.
It was Dr. Ahmed Seka was the first person who diagnosed me for diabetes and hypertension.
And one Dr. Dafe also at the SOS Mother and Child Clinic. And
one Dr. Dafe at the SOS Mother and Child Clinic. That's where I used to work. So since that day, sometimes they used to admit me at the hospital. They will tell me your sugar level has really gone up. They stopped me from eating sugar. I don't know the sweetness of sugar nowadays. I depend on this thing. That's what is sweet. Well, if you look at it, Amadou killed us when we are alive. I called my mom for it. What my Dr. Ahmed Seka told me.
In fact,
This condition, just taking you to the cemetery, saying that they are going to kill you, that was the shock which made you people to develop these problems. Where I am, I'm very unhappy.
Because before Janinka dun nanjang,
Because today, even before coming in here,
paramedics mimbija afa introduce.
the paramedics who are here, in fact, the man introduced himself to me.
Another later Kabrin Dunta for second half, oh, Chief, you did not, why didn't you disclose yourself? Okay, no, I never wanted to disclose my identity to you first.
Yeah, wala mnyinti ko birindunda nanjanga yini kanyanta mfayitandila. Nka ko ha malla finu mfayitandila.
Because I have blood pressure my diastolic pressure was over 115.
Because when he took my blood pressure, my level was above 115.
The level that they looked at to indicate that you are hypertensive.
That's the level they look at to show that you are hypertensive.
And I know as a medical personnel,
and I know as a medical personnel,
I can even walk out from here and then collapse and die. At the same spot. I don't Amadu Boya Nyole Marata Ole okay.
And this was caused by the action of Amadou Bojang and others.
Molmiye Samba Bade Koto.
People who took you to the cemetery and telling you that they are going to kill you. This is why I said nobody can make that look pretty.
Definitely.
Definitely.
I ain't told
He killed us, but still we are alive.
It is important that we try to make this point clear.
And it's very important. Amadou Bojang killed us, and we are alive. As just Musa has said, we were building. We went in a very bad way in our compound.
Because all the
money we had, we gave it to the lawyers. And when we were under detention, our people were going up and down, going to the marabouts. And
I am told damaged completely.
It completely damaged us. If anything to go by, we are alive, but we are just alive, just living by.
So Amadou Bojang quote nyinyandi nola jam.
So nobody can make Amadou Bojang's actions look.
I found it very necessary.
It is very important for us to come here and narrate our story.
Because in Sitale for what in victim center and statement of the journal.
Because we gave our statements at an early stage at the victim center. But what happened was that we didn't hear anything about us. Sometimes, time to time, I come here with Musa.
For the last week, print natajan nga fere ke for kabring break keta lumen na baba saho be ibe baba saho fenke kanja.
Until during one of our trips to come here, it was the day that Baba Sao was testifying.
Nga fere ke kata sutiata esafal.
We tried and went near Esafal as much as possible.
Because nde kundin kilingon tebelun Kanifing South le. I know that Esafal is a brother.
Myself, I was living at Kanifing South, and I knew that Esafal is a brother.
And he knows my late brother very well.
And he knows, I am bading along Mentambita.
Because Gambia is a small country.
My
late brother was moving with Esafal's brother.
So
nkumfa kumbatunga fere ke ngakusudia ajanda ngamfa yita nionte be munna kaito be lola kande na kote fintila jam.
This is why I said to myself, let's go nearer this place and try by all means so that our case will come up, or else why they might leave us behind.
Ntel nyinko kabinyi le nyinkentolla.
Since these people did this to us,
they all ran
away from us, just as Musa said.
It was that man, Bemba Bojang,
who
disclosed to us that we were going to be killed that night. He's the very person Nakata Gunjur for Akata weekend la Gunjur.
If the same person, whenever he's going for weekends to Gunjur,
Lola Beldorin Dama in Konton na Kachadumandi 5-10 minutes ainata.
He will stop at our place, chat with us for some time,
Other than
exchange
that,
greetings, and he will later go.
other than that,
Other than that, no other.
Moti economy along ko we kabrinyin ko hapunta we set an eye on them.
There's no one amongst them. After this whole thing, there was no one amongst them who we usually see around.
One Ibrahim Sise he was the very person I set an eye on once.
It was Ibrahim Sise whom I saw only once.
I wanted to fight him.
I wanted to fight him.
He has to run and then enter a car.
He ran away and went into a car.
The second time I met him,
The second time, Senior Flanja Wabirina Benta,
ngatara karanne.
I met him at Karang.
I was going somewhere in Senegal.
Bitakan Senegal.
Police station Rondunta ngajedrong.
When he saw me at Karang at the police station, when I went
Singlet bala.
and he saw me, he was wearing a singlet.
He ran again and entered into the police station.
He ran and aborted the police station.
He's running away from me.
Then I informed my friend that he's running a Kaburin Telelate.
Ibrahim John Nenemaje, we never set an eye on him.
Ibrahim John Nenemaje, I never set
The others again for Momo Nenema Momo Nyala.
and the others also, I never saw any one of them again.
I don't believe that insate idol kanjele bari because long.
No, this country is very small, and I believe that some of them see us, but the moment they see us, they decide to hide themselves.
So to cut it short, Amadou Yentol Falem be Baluring.
We are alive, but Amadou has already killed us.
If
anybody wants to make that,
then you are not doing justice on us.
then amunta imantara ntelumako ikan.
So until Mbatata Bakele,
We suffered really. This is why we came out to show ourselves.
At the moment,
In Tembeng,
Victim Center Kujamal Kakije.
Victim Center, there are many things that happen there.
The more command like compensate, they treat them medically.
They call people, compensate some of them, and give them medical treatments.
So
We weren't even aware of what was going there.
Gambia.
This is what happens in the Gambia.
So until Benjamin,
The way we are living,
until la kebal botana mali nyol mafa on relationship man warajang.
our forefathers came away from around Mali. We have very small, we have very little relatives living here.
Kabampu nyoko ma be criminal o be sulu saji ma koela.
To help each other and hiding behind ships in wolves, wolves in sheep's clothing.
Wote mol ma koela de.
That will not help us.
I remember na kumo danta jamne.
I will stop here.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Since there are no, yes, Bishop, you have the floor, please.
Bishop Odiko lafta Nyininkarola.
Thank you, Chairman.
Ako Nimbara Chairman.
Mr. Ibrahim Keta and Mr. Musa Fufana.
Ako Ibrahim Keta and Musa Fufana.
We are extremely sorry that you have to go through such an ordeal.
Ako Nyinketa Balafati alsi haketu alidunta nyinyon kukola ngokono.
No one would have imagined
Motenyi mira la nung.
that our own brothers
Kum fangulu badi ngolu.
would treat
Ngolebe nyinyon kufusongulu kela.
our brothers in such a manner.
Kake nyom badi ngula nyinyon kufusongula karola.
We are sorry that that has happened to you.
Woketa Balafati alsi haketu anata kenyamin.
Two of you, your friends,
Atil mufulul mutero leti.
with two different occupations.
Alning aladu kulu fanam fatata.
And what I want to know, how are you doing? Are you still in that occupation, or what are you doing for living at the moment?
Left amin no wala minti albebe aladu kulu kanne bang pur ka long wala sayin alkamuneke pur albe balula menna. As for me, Musa, according to Musa Fofana, he said he is not doing any work nowadays.
11 months
I have been sitting down for 11 months.
Because of corona.
If I try anywhere to look for a job, I don't get it because of this corona.
I
Yes. As for me, I am working. Why I am lucky and still working up to date is because I am not working in the government.
But at the same time,
whatever I get as a working chance, whatever I earn nowadays from any kind of work, I spend it all on my health.
Thank you. Commissioner Carr, you have the floor.
Commissioner Carr,
thank you, Chairman.
Chairman.
And thank you, Mr. Fofana and Mr. Keta.
Mr. Fofana and Mr. Keta.
For your testimonies.
I
want to join my colleagues to say sorry to what happened to you. I just have one question for both of you. What the first is especially to Mr. Keta.
Follow Mr. Keta Lemoti.
You mentioned that you are detained at various detention centers. Do you remember the duration of those detentions?
Yes, I've been following bulldozer.
What I said before, when we were at bulldozer, I think, as we were saying, maybe I said 3 weeks or so, but after talking with Musa, it was 1 month, 3 days.
Station.
From there, we went to Brusubi Station where we were detained.
Nearly 2 months.
We spent nearly 2 months at the Brusubi Station.
Bundung Police Station.
That was the time when we were going
Magistrate Court.
When we were going to court at the Bundung Magistrates Court. Going up and down. Before we secured bail.
Perhaps just to lend some little clarity to that, the witness stated that during their stay at Holgam, they were made to be spending the night at different police stations. So this night they would be taken to Kanifing, another night they will be taken to Bundung, another night, and they separated. One would spend the night in Bundung, one would spend the night at Kotu, one would spend the night at elsewhere.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. With no questions from the Commission, if you have concluding remarks to make, please proceed to do so now.
Commissioner Lumanyinin Karisoto Alie, Momondi Kumasoto Ilafte la Kacha Kumfala Menna, Alfanalisio Kesaing.
Start with you, Mr. Keta.
Abafulo la Mr. Ibrahim Ketala, ite folosi la Kumakawanu Foebe Kacha Kumfala Menna.
That young woman, Tessiala Bake.
I will not say much. My narration will not be long. What is important? We are all indigenous of this country. And working for your country in development is incumbent on everybody. What we should do, let's try and do away with tribalism.
Former regime
because the former regime, that's what they were trying to introduce into this country. Because Gambians, what we were used to, what we knew was intermarriage between tribes. Fulas marrying with Mandinkas.
Jolas
marrying with Mandinkas.
Saying Kabrinyin Kuoketa.
But since after these things happened,
futata tembe dato
we went up to a level or up to a stage.
hani jolal fawol man la mandinkol la sai
Now the Jolas don't trust Mandinkas anymore.
don defan kundi won nin jola dol kachata
Because myself personally, I discussed with certain Jola people.
bari ngaje ko otumo lanno mimbe jolal ni mandinkol fawtema lanno faw talata fa hatijele faw
I realized that formally the trust between Mandinkas and Jolas, my discussion with those people showed me that that trust doesn't exist anymore.
so mimmo koti
What is important at this stage?
mandinko fulo jola
Mandinka, Fula, Jola,
wala munyim bankoti
we all own this country.
alinga nyomuta
Let's try and accept each other
nga banku do ko ke
and work and develop our country.
ko min keta
What has happened.
then see another new page yele
Let's open a new page.
nga nyomuta nga do ko ke bankoka
Let's take one another and let's try and unite to work this country, to develop this country.
nga nyina min keta ko manto
Let's forget bygones become bygones.
wala mun na kumoti
That's what I'm going to. That's what I can say here.
thank you
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keita.
Chairman
You
Koinumbara.
have the floor.
Chairman Koinumbara, Mr. Keita, saying Musa Fufana Ifanan Silo saying between Bunda Elete.
Chairman be kondola,
I am extending greetings to Chairman.
Commissioner be kondola,
Greetings to all commissioners.
lead council na mambal be kondola.
Greetings to lead council and all his people.
Gambia buntalti,
Gambia belongs to all of us.
be tamu,
We all own this country.
be bakile fakile,
We are all from the same mother and father.
manyomura political fight,
Let's accept each other. Let's unite and throw politics away.
nin kadre fa sida dawla jar be ya faije ta sokon.
When it is time for elections, vote anywhere you want. But after voting, go home and sit down.
Nga okay,
Let's do that.
nga dinu kulu,
Let's bring our children in a right way.
samba slakendo kan.
Let's teach them what is good.
Wala mun na kumote.
That's what I can say here.
La barak.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, and again, thank you for coming to testify before the Commission.
Chairman ko al nimbara koteke alisonta purkana CDR la commission nyati limola abali nimbara la wakama.
And as the other commissioners had said, we're truly sorry that you had to endure so much in the hands of agents of the state of the Gambia.
Ko commission lo ya fo nyamin. Ninketa bala fati al haketu mfangulu la banko do kulalu. Muna mansa kula do kulalu wele ngata ke moluti meni atelu dundi ni mantoro kono.
And Mr. Fofana, I don't think it's too late for your daughter to pursue her ambition career in nursing.
Mr. Fofana malla la tardeta pour idi muso alafta men kala nun kake no soti aman tarde hanimbi asako no manole.
And if God created marriage, as you said, you had an obligation to marry your daughter off.
Wairi ala fangole futu wada ni moita fanan nyantole tilalon kunto dunolem kaje ko ye dino futundi.
He also created the education and career.
Bare ate ala kilimole fanaye londo da anin do kolu mulka do kolu menke.
To allow her to become independent on her own and not dependent on a man.
Puruka bula wasilo sa mako no isaja fanansa fansambano aya fanta wala mefisiala ayala duno bela akema kan.
The imams are here. I wouldn't talk too much in their presence.
Alimamu ni bijane dente dunna ukuoko no bake.
But I don't think God would have punished you if you had allowed her to go on to nursing school.
Bari malla ala bete fanan mutala nunke mantora ni sonta nun ni abula nungatata no skarambuto.
Again, thank you very much indeed for...
Sorry, no kumana na solo. Sorry.
Mbali numbara.
A quick place.
Ni soja lo be nyola, so security forces.
Well, our problem was with the security forces.
No Amadou ngalom back.
And I know Amadou very well.
Abe Sukura, Anema Sumbe Sukura.
He lives at Sukuta Nemasu, and I also live in Sukuta.
So ko ndo komen ko for jang.
Because I'm worried about what has been said about him here.
Can't have a ku sambal nang.
They might think of doing something.
Ka jele mira.
That's what I'm thinking about.
Amadou who?
Amadou Juma.
Amadou Bojang.
Amadou Bojang. Lieutenant Colonel Amadou Bojang.
Well, thank you for raising this particular issue. The Commission would reiterate what it said previously with regards to other witnesses. The witnesses who appear here are witnesses of the Commission. Any person who attempts to interfere with the witness is interfering with the witness of the Commission. That would not only amount to contempt of the Commission proceedings, but would also amount to interference and could possibly implicate other violations of the law. So while we warn Amadou, or rather we advise Amadou and all other individuals who may be tempted to take the law in their own hands, to reflect and desist from such activities, as any unlawful conduct would be taken very seriously by this Commission and would be met with the full force of the law. The Commission would pay full attention to what is happening to the witnesses. And we do hope that all concerned would respect the law and would not take any untoward steps towards this. But equally, I encourage the witnesses to report to the Commission any action they deem suspicious, or any actions taken by any individual which may amount to a violation of their rights. The Commission is watching very keenly. Thank you very much.
Thank you for, I'm coming to you, just give me a second. Thank you, Council, for issuing that reminder. It's absolutely important from time to time that we remind the public about the points that you raised. Thank you again very much. Imam, I hope I didn't provoke you.
No, you
go ahead, please.
Thank you. Chair,
Imam Jallo left a film for
I'm very concerned. Your daughter intended to be a nurse or some other medical personnel. I own a high school at Bruford called Aliou Badra Jallo Memorial Senior Secondary School. It's named after my late son who died 27 years ago in the United States after achieving his degree. I have a scholarship that I'm always extending to people who are in this situation. If your daughter is interested in continuing her education, or our good brother there, if you have anyone who wants to do high school education, that is grade 10 to 12, it is for the two witnesses present here today. You can get in touch with me and they will get a free scholarship to complete their secondary education. It's never late. I did my O-levels
ndana O level karanke
when I was 28 years of age.
birimbe sanjimu ang anin say.
So it's never late.
Oto abuka tarde londo buka tarde.
And I went to university.
Andu kola no ntena tata university oto karangula.
And thank God.
Oto na ala tentu.
So please, if you have people who are in this situation,
Oto alisiake to nimmo bali bulu meni alon ko abe tembrato.
I'm willing to support.
Mpareta purka mako rodial.
Thank you.
Allah baraka.
Okay.
Shukran, Saida Raiz. Today I promoted you. For that. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you indeed.
Allah baraka yo betata bato.
Council, are we ready with this afternoon's witness, or this is it for today?
We are due for lunch break, Mr. Chair.
Lunch break after that?
Yes, and no further witnesses for today. Thank you.
So we come back at 3:30.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Meeting. Thank you. Meeting is adjourned.
Mr. Chair? Hello? Hello? Chair? Yeah, but these guys are